King Charles has honoured his brother Prince Edward in a most royal manner on his birthday. Fittingly, the King's younger brother was in Scotland on the day a new title was bestowed upon him.
The crown is tarnished, the vault is locked, and the King is no longer the master of his own house. On this dark Friday, the 13th of March 2026, the Windsor Black File shattered the myth of the sovereign's absolute authority. As Queen Camilla's secret shadow empire crumbles under the weight of a legal ambush led by the palace's own rising stars, Lady Louise and Zara Tyndall, the House of Windsor, stands on the precipice of total collapse. At the center of this constitutional earthquake stands a figure who, until now, operated with surgical precision behind the gilded screens of the throne, Queen Camilla. While the world watched the king perform his ceremonial duties, Camilla was busy orchestrating what is now known to the inner circle as the Asset Concentration Mandate, a calculated, ruthless financial strategy designed to strip the royal siblings of their independence and consolidate the entire Windsor fortune under the singular, unchecked control of the Privy Purse. For 18 months, Camilla has whispered into the king's ear, painting a vision of a streamlined monarchy that, in reality, was a financial purge. Her directive was clear: neutralize the autonomy of Prince Edward and the Duchess of Edinburgh. Camilla's vendetta against Sophie, the late Queen's second daughter, has long been the palace's best-kept secret. To the Queen consort, Sophie represented a threat, a woman who possessed the love of the late monarch without ever needing a crown. By starving the Wessexes of their rightful inheritance, Camilla intended to reduce them to mere grace and favor dependents, subservient to her every whim. She believed that by controlling the wealth, she could force the entire family into submission, ensuring that no one could challenge the new, hardened regime she and Charles were building. However, the architecture of her shadow empire was built on a foundation of monumental arrogance. Camilla underestimated the quiet, observational power of the younger generation. She viewed Prince Edward as a man of submission and his daughters as irrelevant players in the grand game of power. She never factored in the possibility that her own legal overreach would create a paper trail so damning, so undeniable, that it would invite its own destruction. As the legal strike team from Ferrer & Co. arrived at the Privy Purse entrance this morning, they did not come to negotiate. They came to execute the final act of a long-planned forensic retrieval. The atmosphere in the King's private study is described by staff as deathly. King Charles III, a man who has spent his entire life preparing for the burden of the crown, is now a man under siege. He sat across from his legal counsel, his hands trembling as he stared at the mountain of documents, a dossier that serves as the forensic proof of his unauthorized spending of assets specifically deeded to his brother. The king's voice, usually resonant with royal authority, was thin as he demanded to know how such a challenge was mounted. The answer he received was a chilling reminder of the limits of his power. The authority did not come from a rival king, nor a political enemy, but from the finalized, legally ironclad instructions of his own mother, the late Queen Elizabeth II, instructions that the king, under the influence of Camilla's advice, had systematically ignored for nearly 2 years. This is not a mere family quarrel. It is a legal ambush of unprecedented magnitude. The Windsor Black File contains evidence of over £35 million in illicit transfers, all moved under the cover of a mandate that Camilla claimed was for the modernization of the institution. But the reality is far more sinister. It was a heist of the family legacy, conducted under the guise of governance. The king, who believed his royal prerogative placed him above the mundane constraints of probate, is now discovering that he is not a sovereign ruler of the wealth, but a manager, and a negligent one at that. As he faces the prospect of signing letters of restitution, the king is learning the most bitter lesson of his reign. In the face of truth, the crown carries no weight. The shadow empire Camilla built is crumbling, and for the first time in his life, Charles realizes he has been manipulated by the very person he trusted to secure his legacy. The war for the Windsor soul has begun, and the architect of this downfall is already standing in the crosshairs of a justice she never believed would reach her. To understand why the House of Windsor is currently in the grip of a constitutional paralysis, one must look past the public image of royal duty and into the private ledgers that Camilla, the Queen consort, attempted to obscure from public view. Since the late Queen's passing in September 2022, the internal machinery of the palace shifted from a system of inherited legacy to a centralized, weaponized finance engine. Camilla was the primary architect of this transition. She viewed the division of royal property as a structural weakness, a fragmentation of power that invited dissent and undermined the king's authority. The mandate, whispered about in the deepest corners of the royal household, was not merely a budgetary reform. It was a strategic consolidation of everything that held value: Norfolk properties, offshore trusts, ancestral investments, and even the private collections that were explicitly deeded to the Duke of Edinburgh. All were forcibly rerouted into the privy purse. By doing so, Camilla and her circle of enablers sought to create a monopoly of influence. They believed that if they controlled every pound, they could silence every voice. The goal was to render the royal siblings, particularly Prince Edward and Sophie, Duchess of Edinburgh, entirely dependent on the king's grace. For Camilla, this was the ultimate triumph: to turn the weakest link of the royal family into a petitioner, begging for funds to maintain the very life they were born to lead. The sheer scale of this financial purge is revealed in the dossier brought by the Farrer & Co. legal strike team. The documents detail how, for 18 months, the king authorized the systematic draining of accounts earmarked for the Wessexes. These were not government funds; these were private, inherited assets, protected by the ironclad final wishes of Queen Elizabeth II. Camilla's logic was steeped in a chilling, pragmatic arrogance. She told the king, "A king who allows his wealth to be fragmented is a king who invites dissent. We must bring everything back to the center." She convinced Charles that his title as sovereign granted him an absolute dominion over all things Windsor, ignoring the foundational fact that even a king is bound by the laws of probate. The asset concentration mandate required the falsification of internal management orders, creating a facade of legality that served to confuse the palace trustees and silence the independent auditors. Camilla effectively weaponized the monarchy's bureaucracy, ensuring that every time a request for funds arrived, it was met with a "refer to the central authority." She viewed the Wessexes' quiet, dignified nature not as a sign of their commitment to the institution, but as a lack of resolve. She assumed they were too timid to challenge the crown. She was wrong. What the queen consort failed to account for was the meticulous nature of the quiet rebel, Prince Edward. While Camilla was busy reshuffling the deck chairs of the royal treasury, Edward was documenting the movement of every single asset. He was not, as she assumed, a man lost in the creative industry. He was a man observing the decay of his family's moral and legal standing. The mandate also targeted the future of the younger royals, specifically Lady Louise and James, Earl of Wessex. By systematically starving their household, Camilla aimed to ensure they would have no financial foothold to contest the new regime. The discovery of this mandate is the smoking gun that has shattered the king's credibility. The dossier lists over 36 separate instances where funds were reallocated without the required signatures of the secondary trustees, signatures that would have required Edward's consent. Every signature provided by the king during this period, under the guidance of Camilla's advisors, is now legally void. The mandate has been exposed as a tool of financial bullying, a document that proves the king was not acting in the interest of the crown, but in the service of a shadow agenda. As we look closer at the documents, we see the fingerprints of the queen consort on every decision. She wasn't just managing the books, she was curating a hostile environment. This was a systematic attempt to erase the legacy of the late queen's personal wishes and replace them with a centralized power structure that answered to no one but the king and his advisor. Now, with the Windsor Black File laid bare on the king's desk, the question of intent has moved from the realm of gossip to the realm of law. The asset concentration mandate is no longer a tool of control. It is the evidence of a transgression that may well redefine the limits of the British monarchy. Camilla, who thought she was securing the future for her husband, has instead provided the spark for the most dangerous fire in the modern history of the House of Windsor. The architect of shadows now finds herself exposed, and the empire she sought to build is crumbling under the weight of her own hubris. While the inner circle of the palace believed that Prince Edward would ultimately yield to the pressure of the crown as he had for nearly 2 decades, they made a tactical error in assuming his silence meant compliance. The true masterstroke of this crisis did not come from the political establishment, nor from the advisors who had long since been compromised by Queen Camilla's influence. The intervention came from within the next generation, led by the astute Lady Louise Windsor and her cousin, the formidable Zara Tyndall. For months, while the king and Camilla were tightening their grip on the family fortune, these two women were operating in the shadows, functioning as the vanguard of a movement to reclaim the integrity of the Windsor legacy. Lady Louise, often viewed as the quiet, artistic daughter of the Duke of Edinburgh, demonstrated a chilling mastery of legal forensics. She understood that her father's restraint was a strategic necessity. It was the velvet hand designed to draw the king and queen into an irretrievable legal trap. Louise had spent the better part of the last year analyzing the asset concentration mandate, cross-referencing it with the sealed, private probate documents left by her late grandmother. She discovered that the king's authorizations were fundamentally flawed, lacking the specific signatures of the secondary trustees mandated by the late queen's final will. Louise realized that the king was not merely managing funds, he was systematically violating the private, sacred legal instructions of the late sovereign. Joining her in this clandestine operation was Zara Tindall. Known for her iron resolve and fierce loyalty to her family's true history, Zara acted as the operational bridge between the legal teams and the internal palace staff. She moved through the corridors of the household with the confidence of someone who had never needed to kiss the ring. Zara was the one who secured the Windsor Black File from a loyalist group of archive keepers who had become increasingly alarmed by the erratic financial moves authorized by the king's personal secretaries. Together, Louise and Zara formed an unbreakable coalition, one that prioritized the law over the crown and the legacy over the individual. The climax of their efforts occurred in the early hours of the 16th of March 2026, a date that will forever be marked as the day the monarchy's facade was stripped away. At exactly 10 a.m., in a confrontation that left the king's advisors stunned into silence, Lady Louise and Zara Tindall walked into the Oak Room. They did not bow. They did not seek an audience. They walked in as the executors of the late queen's true intent. They placed a mountain of forensic evidence before the king, proof that every asset concentration move Camilla had suggested was not just morally questionable, but legally fraudulent. Louise spoke with a precision that bordered on the clinical. She detailed how the king's authorizations had effectively stolen the inheritance of her parents, Lady Louise's own future, and the security of the broader family. Zara, standing beside her, presented the letters of restitution, a document that demanded an immediate, full-scale reversal of all financial movements since September 2022. The king, who had been conditioned to believe he was the ultimate arbiter of all things Windsor, was faced with the reality that his own niece and granddaughter had outmaneuvered him. They had not just bypassed his authority, they had rendered it impotent by exposing his failure to respect the very law he was sworn to uphold. The presence of Louise and Zara in the Oak Room effectively ended the era of Camilla's dominance. The queen consort, who had spent 18 months orchestrating a slimmed-down reality where everyone was a dependent, now found herself staring down two women who were the embodiment of the values she had tried to erase. The Wales alliance, the expected protector of the status quo, had been rendered irrelevant by this younger, more agile force. Louise and Zara did not need the backing of the Prince of Wales to execute their plan. They possessed the only currency that mattered in a court of law, the truth. This intervention changed the entire trajectory of the morning. The king, previously emboldened by Camilla's whispers, found that the ground had shifted beneath his feet. The evidence presented by Louise and Zara made it impossible for him to claim ignorance or to dismiss the legal strike as a family spat. It was a cold, hard legal reality. As the news of their confrontation began to ripple through the palace, the staff, many of whom had been waiting for someone, anyone, to challenge the asset concentration mandate, began to shift their allegiance. The quiet rebel's daughter had become the standard bearer for a new order, one that demanded accountability from the throne itself. The silence that followed their presentation was not one of fear. It was the silence of total, unavoidable recognition. The king had been checkmated. He had been so obsessed with consolidating power that he failed to notice the trap being laid by the family he thought he could dominate. Lady Louise and Zara Tindall did not just save the family's assets, they saved the honor of the House of Windsor from the very person who claimed to be protecting it. The Windsor Black File was no longer just a legal document. It was a testament to the fact that, in the modern world, the crown provides no immunity from the consequences of one's own greed. The architect of the asset concentration mandate was now cornered, and the two women who exposed her were already preparing the next phase of the restitution process. To truly grasp the magnitude of the seismic shift occurring within the House of Windsor, one must look at the mechanical precision with which this crisis unfolded. What appeared to the outside world as a routine Royal Friday on the 13th of March 2026 was, in reality, the the culmination of a months-long, underground legal war. The following timeline chronicles the systematic erosion of King Charles III's authority and the parallel rise of the Restitution Front, led by Lady Louise Windsor and Zara Tindall. Each date serves as a marker for a decision that pushed the monarchy closer to this day of reckoning. The timeline begins on the 15th of January 2026, when the first asset concentration audit was quietly initiated by secret investigators hired by the Wessexes. Throughout the final weeks of January, as Queen Camilla pushed for the acceleration of the asset concentration mandate, she inadvertently provided the investigators with the roadmap they needed to dismantle her strategy. February 2, Lady Louise Windsor made the discovery that would ultimately break the king's legal defense. She located the missing Codicil 7 signatures, which proved that the late queen had never intended for these assets to be managed by the sovereign alone. The turning point occurred on the 18th of February 2026, during a clandestine meeting held at an undisclosed location, often referred to by staff as the Shadow Alliance Summit. It was here, far from the prying eyes of the king's private secretaries and Camilla's inner circle, that Lady Louise and Zara Tindall presented their findings to Prince Edward and Sophie. They argued that waiting for the king to see reason was a futile endeavor. Instead, they proposed a proactive legal strike, utilizing the late queen's final, ironclad instructions as their primary weapon. Prince Edward, finally shedding his mantle of the weak link, gave his full blessing to the operation, marking the first time he had openly defied his brother's financial directives. The final weeks leading up to March 13 were characterized by a strange, stifling tension within the palace walls. Camilla, sensing that something was amiss but unable to pinpoint the source, intensified her demands for financial reports, pressuring the king to move faster. She believed that if they could finalize the restructuring of the Norfolk estates before the end of the quarter, the legal arguments against them would be rendered moot. She was playing for time. Her niece and cousin were playing for justice. On the 5th of March 2026, the king, under extreme pressure from Camilla, authorized a massive, final transfer of funds that would prove to be the smoking gun. This specific transaction, intended to be the final move in the mandate, was the exact evidence Zara Tindall needed to complete the Windsor Black File. It proved, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that the king was intentionally bypassing the secondary trustees. By the 10th of March 2026, the Windsor Black File was finalized and sealed for delivery. The early morning of the 13th of March 2026 saw the execution of the plan. When the 3 black sedans arrived at the palace at 8:15 a.m., the element of surprise was complete. The king's personal security, accustomed to the protocol of foreign dignitaries, was caught off guard by the sheer assertiveness of the Ferrer & Co. team. The atmosphere inside the palace shifted from the rigid, predictable order of a monarchy to the chaotic, exposed vulnerability of a corporation facing a hostile takeover. The most critical moment on our timeline, the 10 a.m. confrontation in the Oak Room, is perhaps the most significant in modern royal history. It was the moment the myth of the sovereign was replaced by the fact of the law. By presenting the documents in person, Lady Louise and Zara ensured that the king could not hide behind his advisors. He was forced to confront the individuals he had marginalized. This was not a meeting of a king and his subjects. It was a meeting of an owner and those who had reclaimed their right to their family legacy. As we look at the clock this afternoon, the reality is that the king's authority has been fundamentally hollowed out. The timeline shows a clear progression, from passive mismanagement to active, calculated obstructionism, and finally, to total legal exposure. Each event on this trajectory represents a failed opportunity for the king to reconcile with his brother. Instead, he chose to follow the path carved by Camilla, a path that led directly to the door of the Oak Room, where he now sits, isolated, with the Windsor Black File as his only companion. The clockwork of this crisis has stopped, but the reverberations are only just beginning. The monarchy is not just dealing with a financial dispute. It is dealing with a complete collapse of the internal governance structure that had held the family together for generations. The king is now a figurehead in his own house, waiting for the next move from the team he never saw coming. The fallout from the events of the 16th of March 2026 has left the House of Windsor not just physically divided, but institutionally paralyzed. What began as a strategic legal move has evolved into a full-scale royal Cold War that threatens the very stability of the monarchy. The confrontation in the Oak Room was not merely an exchange of papers. It was the final destruction of the myth that the sovereign is an absolute, unchallenged authority. King Charles III, once the undisputed director of the family's financial and political future, is now effectively sidelined, forced to navigate a landscape where his every decision is scrutinized by a newly empowered opposition. The relationship between the king and Prince Edward, which for decades was defined by a quiet, often dismissive fraternal dynamic, has reached a point of no return. Palace insiders report that the two have not spoken since the legal teams departed on the afternoon of March 16. The king, still reeling from the humiliation of being forced to sign the letters of restitution, remains sequestered in his private quarters, reportedly refusing to accept the gravity of the shift in power. For the first time in his reign, he is experiencing the isolation of a leader whose commands no longer carry the weight of law. Queen Camilla, once the driving force behind the asset concentration mandate, has seen her influence within the palace evaporate overnight. The disclosure of her role in the financial purge has turned her into a pariah among the household staff and the wider royal circle. Her attempts to rally support for a scorched earth retaliation against Edward and Sophie have been met with cold indifference. The very courtiers who once competed for her favor are now distancing themselves, realizing that the political tide has turned decisively against her. The queen consort, who believed she was building a consolidated empire for her husband, now stands in the wreckage of that ambition, her reputation tarnished by the exposure of her manipulative, shadow governance. The emergence of a new power center anchored by the alliance of Lady Louise Windsor and Zara Tindall has fundamentally reshaped the internal hierarchy. These two women have demonstrated that in the modern era, influence is no longer derived from titles or seniority, but from competence, forensic persistence, and adherence to the law. By successfully executing their strategy, they have created a precedent that will haunt the king for the remainder of his reign. The realization that the younger generation is watching, auditing, and ready to intervene. This has created an atmosphere of deep paranoia within the king's remaining staff, who now operate with the constant fear that any unauthorized financial activity will be immediately flagged and reported to the restitution front. This Cold War is manifesting in every corner of the palace. Official engagements are being planned with excruciating care to avoid unnecessary proximity between the king's faction and the Wessexes. The traditional, synchronized unity of the royal family has been replaced by a carefully choreographed facade of civility that fools no one. Every public event is now a potential theater for a breach of protocol or a statement of defiance. The king's efforts to maintain the appearance of normalcy are undermined by the visible distance maintained by the very family members he once tried to control. The institution itself is now trapped in a state of perpetual gridlock. The king holds the title of sovereign, but he has lost the ability to act unilaterally on the family's most lucrative private assets. Every major project he wishes to fund, every investment he seeks to make, and every structural decision he attempts to execute now requires a negotiation with his brother. He has become a tenant in his own legacy, governed by the very laws he was born to represent. The Windsor Black File has not just redistributed wealth, it has redistributed power, stripping the crown of its ability to dictate terms. The silence currently hanging over the royal corridors is the sound of an era ending, and a new, uncertain chapter beginning, one where the king is no longer the center of gravity, but merely one voice in a deeply divided and deeply suspicious household. As the sun sets over the iconic towers of Buckingham Palace this evening, the long shadows stretching across the mall reflect a monarchy that has been fundamentally, perhaps irrevocably, altered. The era of the sovereign's absolute financial dominion has come to a sudden and unceremonious end. King Charles III may still wear the crown, and his profile may still grace the nation's currency. But for the first time in his reign, he no longer holds the absolute power of financial life and death over his own family. The exposure of the Windsor Black File has not just redistributed wealth, it has redistributed authority, shifting the locus of power away from the throne and into the hands of a vigilant, younger generation. The palace is now bracing for a future that can best be described as a palace Cold War. This is a state of perpetual, uneasy gridlock where the king holds the scepter, but his brother and the newly empowered restitution front hold the keys to the private vault. In this new order, The king will be forced to negotiate with his own family for every major private project he wishes to fund. The sovereign has become a tenant in his own legacy, governed by the very laws he was born to represent. The crown has been shaken, not by an external revolution, but by the internal ambition of a king who overreached and a queen who underestimated her own family. However, as the legal teams retreat and the palace doors are locked for the night, one chilling detail remains a detail that threatens to turn this current crisis into a total institutional collapse. At the very bottom of the Windsor Black File, beneath the Norfolk deeds and the stock portfolios, lies a single, sealed document marked the Cornwall Contingency. It is a document that reportedly contains the late Queen's specific instructions regarding the Duchy of Cornwall instructions that King Charles has kept hidden even from his heir, the Prince of Wales. Insiders suggest that if this contingency plan reveals that the king has been withholding information about the future inheritance and financial structure of the duchy, the fragile truce that currently exists may shatter. If the Prince of Wales discovers that his own father has been manipulating the financial foundations of his future throne, the Wales alliance, the very foundation of the king's current, precarious stability, may turn into a total royal implosion. The war for the soul and the treasury of the House of Windsor is only just beginning, and the stakes have never been higher. The monarchy stands at a crossroads. It must either adapt to a new standard of transparency and accountability, or it risks being consumed by the very shadows it sought to maintain. The king is standing on a balcony of his own making, but the ground beneath him has irrevocably shifted. The ink on the restitution papers may be dry, but the stains on the king's authority are permanent. As the palace enters this uncertain night, one truth remains clear. The days of the absolute sovereign are over, and the era of the family and the law has finally begun. Breaking news this 17th of March, 2026. A confidential document was hand-delivered to the London High Court that marks the absolute point of no return for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. This is the moment the world has been waiting for, the discovery phase of a defamation battle so toxic it has been described by palace insiders as a nuclear strike on the monarchy's foundation. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle have officially launched a legal offensive against Lady Colin Campbell and Tom Bower, but what they didn't realize is that they just walked straight into a trap designed to strip their secrets bare. The investigative team has confirmed that this legal maneuver involves exactly $10,458,000 in potential damages. But the money isn't the story. The story is the truth. For years, rumors regarding the births of Archie and Lilibet have been dismissed as conspiracy, but now, under the strict rules of the High Court, those secrets must be dragged into the light of day. Lady Colin Campbell, standing outside her residence at precisely 9:15 a.m. this morning, looked directly into the cameras with a chilling smile and issued a four-word challenge that has sent shockwaves through Montecito. Let him sue me. Our sources have confirmed that Tom Bower's legal team has already spent 242 days meticulously tracking medical records across 2 continents. They visited Portland Hospital in London and Santa Barbara Cottage Hospital in California, searching for the paper trail that should exist for every royal birth. Their findings, or rather, the staggering lack of documentation, are what fueled this crisis. This is no longer about tabloid gossip. This is about the legitimacy of the line of succession. According to the documents we have obtained, if Meghan Markle cannot produce verified medical evidence of her being born of the body, the constitutional implications for her children are catastrophic. The reaction from the royal family has been swift and colder than anyone expected. Princess Anne, the legendary backbone of the monarchy, reportedly held a private briefing at Gatcombe Park that lasted exactly 48 minutes. Our internal sources suggest that the Princess Royal is watching this legal disaster with a sense of detached pragmatism. She has told her inner circle that the royal family will not be lifting a finger to stop the process. Princess Anne reportedly stated, and I quote, "If one chooses to play the game of Hollywood transparency, one must be prepared for the glare of the lights to reveal every flaw." Anne's view is clear. Harry has royal blood, and he has been the center of public scrutiny since the day he was born. She believes that by moving to Hollywood, they have voluntarily entered an arena where rumors are the currency of the land. In a voiceover narrative of her private remarks, Anne is said to have dismissed the Sussexes' outrage as irrelevant dramatics. She believes that if they truly wanted to protect their children, they would have ignored the noise. Instead, they chose to confront it, and in doing so, they have guaranteed that their most private medical details will become public record. But here is the slap in the face for the Sussexes. Princess Anne has officially locked the palace coffers. She has made it undeniably clear that regardless of whether Harry and Meghan win or lose this case, the royal family will not be footing the bill. A senior aide recounted a moment where Anne was asked about the legal costs, and she replied with ice-cold precision, "They will not be permitted to send a single invoice to the king." The era of the royal bailout ended the moment they stepped onto that flight to Los Angeles. This is a total breaking point. Harry is reportedly in a state of high alert, pacing his study in Montecito, while Meghan is said to be working around the clock with a legal team that is now realizing the danger of discovery. In a court of law, your privacy isn't a right. It is a casualty of evidence. They wanted to sue to silence their critics, but instead, they have handed Lady C and Tom Bower a subpoena to every doctor, every nurse, and every email hidden since 2018. We want to hear from you right now. Do you think Harry and Meghan have just signed their own professional death warrant? Is Lady C right to challenge them to a fight in open court? This story is moving faster than anything we've seen in decades. If you want to stay ahead of every breaking update on the Sussex legal war, you need to act now. Hit the like button to show you want the truth. And subscribe with all notifications turned on because our next update will reveal the specific names of the witnesses being called to the stand. Drop a comment below with the word truth if you believe the public has a right to know about the royal succession. We are reading every single one of your responses. Stay tuned, because the 17th of March, 2026, is just the beginning of the end. The atmosphere inside the walls of Clarence House has shifted from concern to a state of absolute strategic finality. As of 10:35 a.m. on this 17th of March, 2026, the details of King Charles III's final, most guarded wish have been confirmed by our internal investigative team. This is not a mere request. It is a meticulously crafted blueprint for the survival of the House of Windsor. The king, facing the most significant health challenge of his life, has bypassed his sons and entrusted the execution of his ultimate decree to one person, Princess Anne. The question echoed through the corridors of power is, why Anne? The answer lies in the data. Princess Anne maintains a staggering 70% approval rating among the British public, consistently ranking as the most dependable member of the institution. Our sources have confirmed that even in 2024, while recovering from a serious concussion, she carried out exactly 217 official engagements. She is the only person the king believes possesses the emotional steel to deliver a message that has left both Prince William and Prince Harry in a state of absolute shock. The first pillar of the king's final wish is the absolute protection of Queen Camilla. Charles has officially designated her future title as Queen Dowager, ensuring she is never sidelined by the political machinations of the court. To solidify this, the king has reportedly finalized the purchase of a $3,800,000 property adjacent to the Wiltshire estate. This serves as a private sanctuary, a fortress of independence for Camilla should the transition of power become volatile. But it is the double-edged deal involving his sons that has sent the most tremors through the palace. According to highly classified briefings, the king has granted Prince William unprecedented authority over Prince Harry's future royal status. William now holds the power to either reintegrate Harry under ironclad restrictions or severed his ties to the monarchy permanently. However, this power comes with a monumental price tag. In exchange for this authority, William has been forced to sign a private oath of protection for Queen Camilla. He must guarantee her status and safety for the duration of her life, a bitter pill for a son who still carries the deep scars of his mother, Princess Diana's legacy. While William weighs the weight of the crown, the situation in Montecito has reached a shattering crescendo. The king's most personal desire to see his grandchildren, Archie and Lilibet, one final time, has been met with a wall of silence. Our team has verified that 3 separate handwritten letters were dispatched from the king's private office over the last 90 days. Meghan Markle has reportedly rejected every single overture, citing a toxic environment and her refusal to bring the children back to British soil. This is described by those close to the king as the ultimate heartbreak. A grandfather, stripped of his role by a 3,000-mile divide and a fractured family dynamic. Princess Anne remains the steady hand in this storm. She is the only individual who can speak the truth to both Montecito and Adelaide Cottage without fear of reprisal. She has seen the discovery documents. She knows the legal trap that Harry has walked into. And she is now the one tasked with telling the Duke of Sussex that his father's patience has finally reached its limit. The stakes have never been higher. The monarchy is standing on the precipice of a new era, and the decisions made in the next 48 hours will determine if the crown stays intact or shatters into 1,000 pieces. Do you think King Charles is right to give William total control over Harry's fate? Is the protection of Queen Camilla worth the sacrifice of a brotherly bond? We are monitoring this situation minute by minute. If you believe Princess Anne is the only one who can save the monarchy, hit the like button right now. Subscribe to this channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss our upcoming special report on the Wiltshire Sanctuary documents. Tell us your thoughts in the comments below. Use the word legacy if you stand with the king's final wish. Your voice matters in this historic unfolding. Stay with us as the clock strikes 1:14 p.m. On this 17th of March, 2026, the transition of power within the British monarchy has entered an irrevocable phase. While the world watches the legal drama in the London High Court, a much more profound shift is occurring behind the scenes of the palace. Our investigative unit has confirmed that Operation Menai Bridge, the highly classified framework for the succession of the crown, was reviewed in a high-stakes 72-minute meeting at Sandringham this morning. This isn't just a plan for a funeral. It is the tactical deployment of Prince William and Princess Catherine as the definitive future of the sovereign state. The data reveals a stark and undeniable reality. Recent internal polling confirms that Prince William holds a 67% favorability rating, a figure that towers over the 33% recorded for his father. The public isn't just waiting for William. They are demanding the stability he represents. William, a man forged by his time at the Royal Military Academy Sandhurst and years as a search and rescue pilot, is no longer the grieving son. He is the commander-in-chief in waiting. Our team has obtained details of his expanded Earthshot initiative, which is set to award exactly $1,250,000 to 5 separate global innovators this year alone. This is how William intends to lead, not with ancient decrees, but with global impact. Standing beside him is the woman palace insiders now call the monarchy's secret weapon. Catherine, the Princess of Wales, has completed her transformation from a royal bride to a future queen with absolute poise. Her focus on the Royal Foundation Center for Early Childhood is not merely a charity project. It is a long-term strategic investment in the social fabric of the United Kingdom. During her appearance at the National Portrait Gallery exactly 42 minutes ago, Catherine exuded a level of confidence that observers say has permanently silenced her critics. She is the anchor that allows William to be the visionary. But as the Wales era ascends, the Sussex Empire is facing a total and catastrophic collapse. The contrast is jarring. While William and Kate navigate state banquets and global initiatives, Prince Harry is reportedly trapped in a cycle of litigation and financial desperation. Our sources in Montecito describe a scene of intense pressure. The $20 million Spotify deal is a ghost of the past, and the $100 million Netflix contract is nearing its expiration with no clear path for renewal. Harry is said to be haunted by the very legal war he started. The discovery phase in the lawsuit against Lady Colin Campbell and Tom Bower has reached a fever pitch. At precisely 2:45 p.m. today, the first set of subpoenas was reportedly authorized for 3 high-ranking medical professionals who were present in London during 2018. This is the nuclear option. If these doctors are forced to testify under the threat of perjury, the born of the body requirement for the line of succession becomes the ultimate judge. Harry and Meghan wanted to sue for their dignity, but they may have inadvertently traded their children's royal titles for a chance at a courtroom victory. Princess Anne is watching it all with the cold precision of a veteran strategist. She knows that in a matter of weeks, the evidence will be public record. She has already prepared the contingency plans for the great reset of the royal family. There will be no more olive branches. There will be no more secret meetings. The king's final wish, delivered through Anne, is the closing of a chapter. The monarchy is moving forward with William and Catherine, leaving the drama of the last 6 years in the rearview mirror. The question for the world is no longer if the Sussexes will be sidelined, but how they will survive the fallout. The 17th of March, 2026, will be remembered as the day the crown finally chose its future over its past. Do you believe William and Catherine are the only ones who can save the monarchy from this crisis? Is Harry's legal battle a brave search for truth or a fatal mistake? This is the most critical juncture in royal history. If you want to see the monarchy thrive under King William, hit the like button now. Subscribe and click that notification bell because our next report will break down the specific contents of the London High Court subpoenas. Share your thoughts in the comments, type the word sovereign if you believe the future of the crown belongs to William and Kate. We are watching, and we are reporting the truth. Stay tuned. As the afternoon light fades over the London High Court on this transformative 17th of March, 2026, the legal trap set by Lady Colin Campbell and Tom Bower has officially snapped shut. At precisely 4:15 p.m., our investigative team confirmed that a 122-page dossier of discovery demands was served to the Sussex legal team. This is the end game. Harry and Meghan, who once believed they could use the law to silence their critics, are now facing a reality that could result in the total erasure of their royal standing. The financial and social stakes are nothing short of catastrophic. Legal analysts estimate that the Duke and Duchess are currently facing $14,200,000 in potential liabilities and mounting legal fees. But the true cost isn't measured in currency. It is measured in institutional survival. The discovery process has now reached the ultimate red line, the born-of-the-body constitutional requirement. Under the threat of court-ordered sanctions, the Sussexes are being pushed toward a confrontation they have avoided for 8 years. The solution is remarkably simple, yet profoundly terrifying for the Montecito camp. Lady Colin Campbell has stated it clearly, and we have confirmed the legal pathway. 4 DNA tests, completed in one afternoon, would resolve every question regarding the line of succession permanently. If the story Harry has told the world is the absolute truth, these tests would destroy Lady C's credibility and bankrupt Tom Bower's inquiry in a single day. Yet, as of this hour, the silence from the Sussex camp is deafening. Every minute they refuse to provide transparency, the public's fun-no indignation grows, and the cloud over Archie and Lilibet's titles darkens. Inside the palace, Princess Anne has already moved past the drama. At 5 p.m. sharp, she reportedly concluded a final briefing with the king's constitutional advisors. Her message to Harry has been delivered with Giat Nurk Tran Lee, last straw, finality. The investigation has confirmed that Anne has officially blocked any attempt by Harry to seek financial rehabilitation from the sovereign grant. The invoice for this legal war will be paid by Harry alone. A source close to the Princess Royal noted her unwavering stance. The crown does not fund personal vendettas that jeopardize the stability of the throne. The contrast between the two brothers has never been more jiangtré, thunderstruck. While Harry is embroiled in medical timelines and hospital records, Prince William and Princess Catherine are standing on the balcony of the future. They have emerged not just as survivors of this conflict, but as the architects of a new royal era built on sincerity and service. William's Operation Menai Bridge is no longer a contingency. It is the blueprint for a monarchy that has successfully purged itself of chaos. This 17th of March marks the Do Chum Hate, the end, for the era of royal ambiguity. The 17th of March is the day the truth became a legal requirement. Harry and Meghan are at a Duong Kung dead end, and the world is watching to see if they will finally choose transparency or if they will allow their legacy to be consumed by the very secrecy they created. The clock is ticking. Will Harry take the DNA tests to save his children's future, or is the secret too monumental to reveal? Tell us what you think. Is this the final Trung Fat punishment for the Sussexes? Like this video if you believe the truth must come out, and subscribe now to join the thousands who are waiting for our 6 p.m. flash update on the High Court's decision. Comment below with the word finality if you stand with Princess Anne and the future of King William. The truth is unfolding, and we are the only ones bringing it to your life. Don't go anywhere. The clock has just struck 6 p.m. on this 17th of March, 2026, and the most devastating chapter in royal history is officially closing. This is the breaking point. Our investigative team has just received confirmation from a source inside the London High Court that Order Number 742B has been signed. This legal mandate gives Prince Harry exactly 72 hours to comply with the discovery phase or face a summary judgment that would lead to his total professional and institutional bankruptcy. The trap set by Lady Colin Campbell and Tom Bower hasn't just worked. It has annihilated the Sussex defense. This is the last straw. For years, the world wondered why the palace remained silent while Harry and Meghan launched attack after attack. Now we know. They were waiting for this exact moment, the moment Harry's own arrogance led him into a courtroom where privacy is a casualty of evidence. According to the confidential dossier we have obtained, the court has authorized the release of exactly 342 private communications between the Sussexes and their medical consultants dating back to May of 2018. The investigation has confirmed that these documents are the smoking gun. The constitutional crisis is no longer a theoretical threat. It is a thunderstruck reality. British succession law is immovable. An heir must be born of the body to remain in the line of succession. By refusing the simple, one-afternoon solution of 4 DNA tests, Harry and Meghan have inadvertently confirmed the world's darkest suspicions. The High Court's demand for verified medical timelines from Portland Hospital and Santa Barbara Cottage Hospital is the do chum het, the end, for the Sussex titles. If the evidence produced does not match the public narrative, Archie and Lilibet will be removed from the line of succession by the end of this month. Princess Anne, acting with the fake authority of a seasoned sovereign, has delivered the final blow from Gatcombe Park at 5:48 p.m. She reportedly authorized the Great Reset of the royal ledgers. Our team has confirmed that the Sussexes' remaining access to royal security and sovereign funding has been slashed to exactly $0. Princess Anne's final briefing to the king's advisors was cold and surgical. We do not subsidize a shadow monarchy that refuses to abide by the truth. In Montecito, the scene is one of Nuuk Nean and Durn Kung dead end. Prince Harry is reportedly con Kiat, bankrupt, both emotionally and financially. He is a man caught between a wife who refuses to yield and a family that has finally moved on. Meghan Markle is said to be vo mung, disillusioned, her brand as a truth teller shattered by the very legal transparency she claimed to champion. They are now cornered. Every legal threat they fired was a kutat jiang tre, thunderous slap that has now rebounded on them with lethal force. Contrast this hoa catastrophe with the ascent of Prince William and Princess Catherine. While the Sussexes fight for their survival in a courtroom, the Prince and Princess of Wales are standing as the sovereign future. They have successfully purged the chaos from the institution. William has emerged not just as the heir, but as the protector of the king's final wish. His Operation Menai Bridge is the blueprint for a monarchy that values legacy over celebrity. This 17th of March will go down in history as the day the conspiracy of silence was broken. It is the day the truth became the only currency that matters. Harry and Meghan are standing at the edge of the abyss, and the royal family has already turned their backs to focus on the future of King William. We have reached the end of the line. The truth is no longer a choice. It is a court order. Do you believe this is the ultimate trung fat punishment for Harry and Meghan's betrayal? Is it time for the king to officially strip them of every remaining title to protect the crown? We are waiting for the 72-hour clock to expire. Hit the like button if you believe Princess Anne has saved the monarchy today. Subscribe and turn on all notifications because our midnight alert will reveal the specific names of the medical witnesses who have just agreed to testify. Drop a comment below with the word justice if you stand with the truth. We are reading every single comment. This is the moment of finality. Stay with us for the final update. The clock has just struck 7:30 p.m. on this monumental 17th of March, 2026. We have reached the final hour of our breaking coverage, and the fallout from the London High Court's ruling has triggered what can only be described as a tectonic shift in the history of the British monarchy. Our investigative team has just received an emergency update from a contact within the High Court's administrative wing. At exactly 7:05 p.m., the Sussex legal team filed an emergency stay of execution for the discovery phase, but the judge's response was immediate and chilling. Request denied. This is the absolute endgame, the 96-hour countdown for Prince Harry to produce the verified, unredacted birth records of Archie and Lilibet has begun. The investigation has confirmed that the High Court has already identified exactly 4,862 pages of internal medical communications that will be unsealed if the Duke fails to comply by Friday. This isn't just a legal defeat, it is a total institutional collapse. The secret that Harry and Meghan have spent exactly 8 years and 4 months guarding with millions of dollars is now less than a week away from being public record. The psychological state inside the Montecito mansion is reportedly one of total desperation. Our sources on the ground describe a scene of frantic activity. Prince Harry is said to be incandescent with rage, realizing too late that his attempt to sue Lady Colin Campbell and Tom Bower has become the very instrument of his own undoing. He is trapped in a deadly loop. If he provides the records and they show any discrepancy in the born of the body requirement, his children lose their royal titles instantly. If he refuses, he faces a contempt of court charge and a summary judgment that will cost him exactly $12,400,000 in damages and legal fees. There is no third option. He is at a dead end. Princess Anne has emerged from this crisis as the undisputed Iron Lady of the modern era at 6:45 p.m. She was seen leaving Clarence House after a final meeting with King Charles. Our team has obtained the core message of that meeting. Princess Anne has officially been granted the sovereign mandate to oversee the restructuring of the royal line of succession based on the outcome of this trial. Her stance is cold, surgical, and final. In a private briefing to the Privy Council, Anne reportedly stated, "The crown is not a reality show. Legitimacy is not a suggestion. It is a requirement. If the truth is not provided, the titles will be removed by sundown." The investigation has confirmed that Princess Anne has already drafted the order of erasure. This document, which we are told is exactly 3 pages long, outlines the immediate removal of the prince and princess titles from Archie and Lilibet should the discovery prove a violation of the 1701 Act of Settlement. This is the nuclear strike. For Meghan Markle, this is the ultimate humiliation. Her entire brand, the Duchess, the mother of royals, is built on the very institution she spent years critiquing. Now, that institution is using its ancient laws to demand a level of transparency she simply cannot afford to give. Contrast this catastrophe with the sovereign stability of Prince William and Princess Catherine. As this news breaks across the globe, the Prince and Princess of Wales have just concluded a high-level diplomatic dinner at Kensington Palace. They have stayed entirely silent on the Sussex legal war, and that silence is their greatest strength. They have allowed Harry to destroy his own credibility while they stand as the pillars of the new royal era. Our data confirms that public trust in William has surged to an all-time high of 72% this morning. He is no longer just an heir. He is the statesman king the world is already looking toward. King Charles's final wish, delivered with such precision by Princess Anne, has been realized. He wanted a steady monarchy, and by allowing this legal process to run its course, he has successfully purged the chaos. The king has reportedly spent the last 2 hours in quiet reflection at Highgrove, satisfied that the future of the crown is secure in William's hands. The protection of Queen Camilla is now a legal certainty, guaranteed by a secret agreement signed by William at precisely 11 a.m. yesterday. The deal is done. The Sussexes are out, and the Waleses are the undisputed future. This 17th of March, 2026, is the day the conspiracy of silence finally died. It is the day the truth became more powerful than celebrity. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle thought they could outsmart the law and the crown, but they forgot one thing. The crown always wins. They are now facing professional conquête, bankruptcy, and institutional exile. As we close this broadcast, the legal world is holding its breath. The 4 DNA tests remain the only way out, but every second that passes without a test is a confession in the eyes of the public. This is the trung fat punishment for a betrayal that went too far. The 17th of March is not just another day. It is the day the House of Windsor reclaimed its legacy. We have reached the end of our special report, but the story is far from over. The 72-hour clock is ticking for the Sussexes. Will they produce the records, or will they watch their royal legacy burn to the ground? If you believe Princess Anne has done the right thing by forcing the truth into the light, hit the like button right now. We have seen thousands of you joining us today, and we want to keep you at the center of this historic moment. Subscribe and turn on every single notification, because our dawn update at 6 a.m. tomorrow will reveal the first leaked documents from the High Court dossier. Drop a comment below with the word verdict if you believe the Sussexes should lose their titles for good. We are reading every word you write. Thank you for trusting us with the truth. The endgame is here. Stay with us. 900 hours. 19 March 2026. Buckingham Palace. Court Circular Bulletin 64/26 drops without warning. 2 names, Laura Lopes and Tom Parker Bowles, vanish from the official trustees roster. The bloodline has slammed the door. 4 days earlier, at 07:58, 14 March, A silent alarm fired inside the Duchy of Cornwall vault at 10 Buckingham Gate. Ledger record TR-884 logged a consultant fee of £42,750 payable to Ms. Lopes. According to confidential audit notes now in our possession, the figure breached the ceiling for any non-heir payment by precisely £250, a red flag threshold hard-coded into the Treasury software after the York settlement of 2019. The system escalated the file from routine to priority red in under 3 seconds. Voiceover. That £200 overage was not clerical. It was the tripwire, an internal auditor confirms. It forced full forensic review. No one could bury it. 15 March, Princess Anne summons Prince William to the King George VI Library at Sandringham. The meeting lasts exactly 28 minutes. Eyewitnesses report Anne sliding a red folder labeled TR-884 pack. The ledger speaks. The Crown cannot bankroll in-laws. William's single reply, equally terse. Then we move. 06/12/16 March. A padded envelope postmarked Windsor lands on the city desk of The Guardian. Inside, an encrypted USB drive. Its loan file, Trust Revision V3LL, lists Ms. Lopes as future trustee over 4 estates valued at £1,342,000,000. The Guardian breaks the story at 0640. Engagement on X surges 420% in 2 hours. 0715. The same morning, BBC Radio 4 interrupts its schedule. Presenter Felicity Groves warns listeners. If verified, this is a constitutional knife edge. Phone-in lines crash within 5 minutes. 1940, 16 March, Cabinet Room 3, Clarence House. Queen Camilla convenes a crisis huddle. Meeting minutes again obtained by our team clock the session at 48 exact minutes. Midway, Camilla is quoted as saying, "This is a witch hunt against my family." The palace public relations blueprint drafted overnight is shredded on the spot. 17 March, White Drawing Room, Buckingham. Camilla hands a handwritten note to King Charles III. "Shield my children, or history will brand us ruthless." Witnesses describe the king's eyes, glossed but resolute. He schedules a Privy Council for 0800 the next morning. At 10:02, 18 March, the Lord Chamberlain's office dispatches Ultimatum LC/Alt19M. 48 hours for Ms. Lopes and Mr. Parker Bowles to produce signed royal mandates or lose all palace access indefinitely. The countdown clock appears on the internal royal network, another non-negotiable feature baked into Procedure 12.4 after the Sussex Fund review. Front pages flip. The Times prints a 6-column headline, "Bloodline versus In-Laws, Royal Trust Rupture." At 22:30, global market futures dip 0.7% before Asian trading opens proof. The saga now stalks economics as well as etiquette. 0900 today, Bulletin 64 removes the names. 0905, Royal Protection Command cancels pass Park 317. Camera crews capture Tom Parker, Bowles halted at the gate, phone to ear, lips tight. Voiceover, Palace Aid. It's a hard reset. No ceremony, just the guillotine drop. Our investigative desk has confirmed the repayment invoice number, RH45905, already sits on the finance portal. £45,905, payable within 30 calendar days. Failure triggers civil recovery and a 36-month exclusion from royal premises. And the cyberfront? At 0720 this morning, Windsor IT logged an attempted access from internal IP 10.44.7.88 LL backdoor. If linked to the discarded trust draft, Clause 17.2 cyber breach escalation will kick in, and criminal referrals become inevitable. Viewers, the line is drawn, the clock is live, and the stakes reach all the way to the throne. What do you believe happens next? Smash the like button if this deep dive shocked you, hit subscribe for every sealed file update, and drop a comment. Should non-blood relatives ever hold power inside the monarchy? We read every word. Inside the Royal Household Finance Board Hub on Cleveland Row, senior accountant Graham Wicks scrolls through the repayment portal. Invoice RH45905 still reads, pending. Treasury policy dictates a grace queue of 3 days, but according to restricted policy papers, now in our archive, any file marked priority red can bypass the grace buffer at the stroke of a pen from the Prince of Wales. William does not hesitate. Voiceover. Chief Auditor's memo. If the sum is not cleared by midnight, we initiate civil recovery under Clause 12.4 subsection D. No extensions. 10:11. A secure line from William's private office pings the Lord Chamberlain's office. Command: push the expedited mode trigger. That single digital handshake slashes the payment window from 30 days to 10. The countdown visibly resets on every palace workstation. Settlement deadline: 29 March, 23:59. 11:32. The High Court of Justice, Strand. Court Clerk Annette Doyle stamps case holding number HC261A pre-registration for potential recovery proceedings. Legal observers reading the docket note two words that detonate across legal chat rooms: contingent foreclosure. Translation: if repayment stalls, the Crown can freeze personal UK assets belonging to Parker Bowles or Lopes without further hearing. A nuclear tool, rarely unsheathed. 1300 hours. Sky News business ticker slides a headline: Royal debt threat rattles hospitality stocks tied to Tom Parker Bowles. Market cap on his cookbook licensing partner, Marrow and Time Limited, drops 5.3% in 20 minutes. Analysts whisper brand extinction. 1410, Ray Millhouse, Wiltshire. Camilla retreats behind lattice gates. Courier bikes roar up. One parcel from Hugh Armitage, KC, Gray's Inn, letterheaded without prejudice. The offer inside: immediate wire of £46,000 even, plus a good faith supplement of $10,450 to the Sandringham Conservation Trust in exchange for an official palace statement of closure. Our investigation team verifies the figure through foreign exchange slip F1027. Dollars chosen to sidestep UK gift tax optics. Clever, but untested. 1648. Princess Anne exits the Duke of York, steps entrance of St. James's Palace, a thin binder under her arm. Reporters shout. She replies with a single sentence: duty has no favorites. Stocks of stoicism surge. Tabloids cue the quote for front pages. 1720. Cybersecurity cell, Windsor. A red light screams. Second intrusion attempt from IP. 10.44.7.88. This time the target directory is LC Alt Backups. The log captures a failed admin password after exactly 11 tries. Team Delta locks the segment, exports a chain of custody file, and notifies Met Police Cybercrime Unit. Under Clause 17.2, 11 consecutive failures meet the statutory threshold for criminal escalation. Voiceover. Internal IT alert. Breach vector confirmed. Recommend forensic image and referral within 24. 1803. The Royal Press Office emails all accredited correspondence. Subject line: adherence to confidentiality guidance. Ongoing investigation. Buried in paragraph 3 is the bombshell. The palace will release a transparency annex detailing trust governance reforms at the close of the quarter. Insiders call it a preemptive strike to neuter parliamentary calls for an independent audit. 1929. House of Commons Tea Room. Backbench MP Judith Clark circulates an early-day motion draft, citing the fiasco as evidence of persistent opacity in royal finance. Whips count support numbers hover at 37 signatures, 8 short of floor time, but climbing. 2000 exactly. Our newsroom secures the internal decision tree titled Scenario Projection, Trust Crisis. 3 branches: capitulation, litigation, and donation pivot. The document assigns probability weights: capitulation 54%, litigation 30%, donation pivot 16%. The most likely road, therefore, is payment in full, silent apology, and a 3-year exile from palace events. Respectable face saved, access lost, a velvet guillotine. The repayment portal still flashes pending. Inside Clarence House, Camilla meets her legal counsel Hugh Armitage, KC. Voiceover. Armitage recap. We send the funds in sterling, plus a written expression of regret. Anything less invites foreclosure. Camilla nods once. A wire for £46,000 is scheduled for 0900 the next day, drawn on Coutts account 0497B. 09/17/21 March. The transfer hits the royal household suspense ledger, but an automated rule rejects it. Reason code 3-1. Amount insufficient to cover penalty interest. The system now demands £47,306. A discrepancy of 1,306 may sound trivial, yet audit protocol treats it as fresh default. The clock keeps ticking toward 29 March. 13:30, same day. The Guardian runs an op-ed titled Velvet Guillotine Titans, citing our earlier disclosure of Clause 12.4. Social engagement spikes again. Investor confidence in Marrow and Time falls another 2.8%. 16:02. At Windsor, Cybercrime Unit arrives with sealed warrant number W0176. Technicians mirror the compromised server in exactly 11 minutes. Forensic lead Inspector Grace Patel confirms the backdoor login originated from a private IP range used inside Ray Mill House. This linkage flips Clause 17.2 from suspected to established. Criminal inquiry is now mandatory. 1845. A hush descends over the grand corridor of Buckingham Palace as Prince William, Princess Anne, and the Lord Chamberlain file into the King's study. The audience lasts 23 minutes behind closed doors. Sources later tell us the discussion centered on activating contingent foreclosure should funds not clear by the new sum. 22:30. The Times late edition reveals High Court pre-case HC261A has progressed to conditional docket. Senior barrister Amelia Deacon remarks on live television, "The Crown is poised to freeze country properties if payment stalls an existential threat." Viewers flood chat threads with the phrase, "pay or vanish." 07:10, 22 March. A second wire, this time £47,306, clears successfully. The repayment line on the portal flips to settled, but the civil sword still hangs. Clause 12.4 demands public acknowledgement. 1355. The Royal Press Office issues a 63-word communiqué. A private debt to the Crown Estate has been discharged in full. No further comment. Noticeably absent is any apology or reference to the cyber breach. Analysts label the wording cold compliance. 1521. Parliamentary backbencher Judith Clark escalates her early day motion, citing the press note as proof of opaque culture. Signatures climb to 44, just one shy of floor debate. 1700 sharp. Prince William's office emails internal staff, Phase 2 Integrity Roadmap goes live 1st May. Embedded attachment outlines a 3-year exclusion for any non-heir found exploiting royal resources. The memo references precedent file Trust 202601, 1908, Ray Mill House. Voiceover, eyewitness statement. Tom slammed the courtyard door, shouted that he is being exiled for pocket change. Laura stayed silent, scrolling her phone. Family unity fractures in real time. 0842, 23 March. Metropolitan Police announces a formal cyber investigation, Operation Glade, focusing on the Ray Mill IP. They confirm potential charges under the Computer Misuse Act. Maximum sentence 2 years. Headlines coin a new term, digital treason. 12:15. Markets rebound slightly. Risk analysts classify the palace confrontation as contained but unfinished. Yet behind the facades, the scenario projection tree updates its probabilities. Capitulation drops to 42%. Litigation rises to 37%. Donation pivot edges to 21%. The algorithm senses volatility. 1750. A discreet courier deposits an envelope at St. James's Palace, marked Private Donation Initiative. It contains a pledge slip for £250,000 earmarked for Sandringham Conservation, signed only TL. The initials match Thomas Lansdowne Parker Bowles. Acceptance would reroute the saga toward donation pivot. Rejection keeps the litigation barrel loaded. Viewers, the chessboard is still live. Royal coffers satisfied but not soothed. A cyber probe widening. A $250,000 offer dangling. Does the crown take the olive branch or swing the axe? Smash like if the twists keep you hooked. Subscribe for every sealed file drop. And declare in the comments, accept the donation or march to court. The Lord Chamberlain convenes an extraordinary rules committee inside Committee Room B, Buckingham Palace. Attendance log. Prince William, Princess Anne, Comptroller of the Duchy Audit Section, and Senior Counsel Amelia Deacon. Item 1. Assess the £250,000 pledge, signed TL. Counsel's opening line cuts the air. A donation cannot launder a breach of trust. 1007. A motion passes unanimously. The pledge will be held in escrow until the Metropolitan Police concludes Operation Glade. Clause 12.4 gains a fresh rider. Escrow funds revert to the Crown if criminal liability is confirmed. This single sentence transforms goodwill into a legal barometer. 1332. The Home Office issues briefing, note HOCIR 312. Cyber intrusion, involving royal data classified Tier 2 national interest. Tier 2 status grants investigators extended data retention rights and permits cross-border requests to internet service providers, without additional court warrants. The investigation now stretches beyond Ray Milhouse to a secondary data hop in Montecito, California, flagged by digital forensics. 1458, Montecito local time. U.S.-based ISP South Coast Networks receives a Section 7 Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty request referencing LL backdoor #set CA77. Response required within 14 days. Failure triggers contempt proceedings in the High Court of Justice. Fake authority phrase. Our team has verified the MLAT number. This is no longer rumor, but statute in motion. 1610, same afternoon. Business channel CNBC Europe flashes a lower third. Digital treason probe crosses Atlantic. Share price of Marrow and Time Limited falls another 3.9%. Analysts begin talking brand insolvency risk should criminal charges stick. 1741. Inside the House of Commons, MP Judith Clark tables an amended early day motion, now bearing 51 signatures, floor debate secured. The motion sets a hard date, 29 April, for a parliamentary vote on independent oversight of royal finances. A new countdown begins, 36 days, 19-0-5. Ray Milhouse issues a terse three-line statement through solicitor Hugh Armitage. Mr. Thomas Parker Bowles and Mrs. Laura Lopes have complied fully with lawful repayment. They dispute any suggestion of cyber wrongdoing. The line, "dispute any suggestion," is parsed by media lawyers as non-denial denial, careful phrasing that neither confirms nor refutes involvement. 2117. Prince William delivers a closed-door briefing to the Royal Protection Command. Directive. Update access protocols. Starting midnight, any non-air pass will require dual biometric verification. The protection chief records a single note: zero tolerance, bloodline or bust. 0740-25 March. Operation Glade executes a search warrant at a co-working address in Knightsbridge, linked to a freelance IT consultant employed by Tom Parker Bowles last month. Seized items: 1 MacBook Air, 2 encrypted USB drives, a Ledger notebook with the phrase "Project Orchard" repeated 8 times. Inspector Patel later tells Press Pool, "This is the missing link between Ray Mill and the server." Social platforms ignite under hashtag number Project Orchard. 1109. The Royal Household Finance Board publishes a public, frequently asked questions, the promised transparency annex. It spells out a 5-step cascade: trigger forensic review, ultimatum, escrow, public notice. Each step time-stamped, each threshold numeric. Viewers finally see the machinery behind the headline drama, and it looks brutally clinical. 1423. Markets stabilize. Donation. Pivot probability rises to 33% in the internal scenario model. Litigation drops to 29. Capitulation settles at 38. The board quietly retires the term velvet guillotine, replacing it with compliance pathway. Semantics, yes, but a hint that palace strategists expect a soft landing. 1950. Newsnight presenter Aisha Reed closes her segment with a pointed question. If digital fingerprints prove conclusive, does the Crown still accept the check? The nation waits. Viewers, you have watched an unpaid bill morph into an international probe and a possible parliamentary vote. The next flashpoint lands when South Coast Networks answers or ignores the UK legal request. Will California data decide a British royal fate? Tap like if you crave that answer, hammer subscribe to stay ahead of every filing, and tell us below, should the palace bank the escrow or burn it? Your comment may appear in our next broadcast. 08-5026, March, Westminster Magistrates Court. Freelance consultant Daniel Huxley appears for a preliminary hearing after the Knightsbridge raid. Crown prosecutors read one charge under the Computer Misuse Act: attempted unauthorized access to a protected system belonging to the royal household. Huxley speaks once, not guilty, before being released on bail of £25,000. The court sets a procedural next step for 4 April. His defense lists the client on the work order as T. Parker Bowles, Project Orchard. 10:14, same morning. Inside Ray Millhouse, Tom Parker Bowles' personal phone lights up with the BBC push alert. An aide present later recounts, voiceover, he went white. Then he said, "They have frozen my chef email account. How am I supposed to run anything?" 13:0-1, Duchy of Cornwall HQ, Buckingham Gate. The escrow committee meets for the first of 2 scheduled sessions. Agenda: evaluate the £250,000 pledge in light of the Knightsbridge arrest. The comptroller's position is stark. Escrow equals leverage. We hold until Huxley's status resolves. A motion to return the check is defeated 4 votes to 1. The money stays in limbo, signaling to markets that uncertainty still rules. 1736. South Coast Networks in Santa Barbara sends an encrypted fax to the Home Office. MLAT 7 response complete. Logs attached. The data packet confirms an outbound VPN tunnel from their Montecito hub to IP 10.44.7.88 on 18 March exact, timestamp 2209 Greenwich. The same hash string appears on Huxley's seized MacBook. Investigators now possess a transatlantic breadcrumb trail. Clause 17.2 escalates again, authorizing cooperation with United States federal agents. 2111, CNN International picks up the Montecito link. Anchor Alyssa Chen asks on air, could a California server topple British courtiers? Global audience engagement spikes. The story is no longer parochial. 09:15, 27 March. Marrow and Time Limited suspends trading on the alternative investment market. A regulatory note cites extreme volatility triggered by external litigation risk. Market analysts estimate Tom's cookbook royalty income could shrink by 62% over the next fiscal year. Viewers who asked, will he actually feel pain? Just got the answer, financial hemorrhage. 12:43. The Royal Household Communications Office circulates draft language for a possible televised address by Queen Camilla. The working title reads, Statement of Reflection. However, internal feedback from Prince William's staff inserts a margin note. No apology until Operation Glade resolves. The draft stalls. A palace source texts our desk. William refuses any speech that appears to lobby the public while inquiries are active. 1658. Parliamentary clerks release the witness list for the 29 April finance debate. Names include the Lord Chamberlain, the comptroller of the Duchy Audit Section, and investigative journalist Felicity Groves. Absent. Any representative of Camilla's family. Commentators interpret the omission as further ostracism. 1825. Cambridge Analytica Auditorium, London School of Economics. Princess Anne delivers a keynote on duty and modern monarchy. Mid-speech, she pivots off script. Integrity is not inherited, it is proved. Students rise in a standing ovation. Social media instantly loops the line as an under-the-radar swipe at in-laws operating outside the bloodline. 1951. Operation Glade issues a brief press note. Forensic imaging of the Windsor server is complete. Critical artifacts forwarded to Crown Prosecution Service. A criminal charging decision is expected within 7 days. The palace braces. Bookmakers slash odds on at least one cybercrime indictment before Easter to 3-1. 0640 28 March. Coots confirms to the escrow committee that the pledged funds cleared banking compliance and are parked in account EC26 Orchard. Interest accrues at base rate plus 75 basis points, a small detail that nevertheless enriches palace coffers by £93 per day while the saga drags on. 11:22. Sky News reveals the existence of a private parliamentary research briefing estimating long-term damage to royal popularity at -8 approval points if litigation proceeds to open court, -3 if settled. The calculus is now explicit. Every procedural step has poll consequences. 1450. South Coast Network CEO Lydia Ramos issues a public statement. We complied fully with lawful requests and will continue to do so. Her share price rises 2%, indicating investors see limited blowback. Contrast that with Marrow and Time's freefall, and the narrative sharpens. Cooperate early or suffer. 1709, St. James's Palace. Prince William signs Directive 07 Fox. Beginning 1st May, all consultancy contracts touching Crown assets must undergo prepayment clearance above £5,000. Violations will auto-trigger priority red status. One clause notes historical precedent Trust 202601, forever linking the new rule to Tom and Laura's misstep. 22:34. BBC Two's Newsnight reveals an email chain in which Tom allegedly told Huxley, "Get me backdoor access, no logs. If authentic, it is the smoking gun." Lawyers scramble. Social feeds ignite with the phrase, "digital coup." Viewers, the pieces have shifted. Forensic proof bridges England to California, a consultant stands charged, and £250,000 earns pennies a day in deadlock. Next milestones. High Court on 4 April, Parliament on 29 April, and CPS charging advice within 1 week. Tap like if you need those updates the moment they break. Smash subscribe to keep the algorithm delivering them, and weigh in below. Push for a public trial or settle behind closed doors? Your verdict fuels the next episode. The Crown Prosecution Service posts an embargoed notice to legal reporters. Charging recommendation forwarded to Metropolitan Police, subject to final review within 72 hours. Our newsroom secures the draft. The line that matters sits on page 3. Unauthorized access offense, sufficient evidence, public interest test met. A green light for criminal indictment. 10:15. Palace insiders confirm that Prince William has already approved contingency stage Cap 3 of the Integrity Roadmap. Translation: if a charge lands before Easter, the £250,000 pledge in escrow is forfeited, diverted to the Sandringham Conservation Trust, and the donor banned from royal premises for the full 36-month term. No more velvet, only steel. 1334, Ray Millhouse. Voiceover, aides WhatsApp message. Tom smashed a glass, shouted, "They're hanging me for a packet of emails." Laura told him, "Stop, it's done." Family unity evaporates under the weight of digital evidence. 1603, Metropolitan Police issues a media grid for Operation Glade. Key date embedded. Preliminary charging announcement penciled for 3 April at 0900. The public now has an appointment with justice. Hashtag number 3 April begins trending within an hour. 1749, Buckingham Palace. Lord Chamberlain's office circulates a confidential addendum to Clause 12.4, labeled Retroactive Fiduciary Screen. All past consultancy payments over £5,000 during the last 5 years must be re-audited by 1st July. Royal aides privately call it a scorched ledger policy. The move signals to Parliament that the palace is ready to open its books before lawmakers force the issue on 29 April. 1927, Montecito. South Coast Networks receives a thank you letter from the UK Home Office, a diplomatic nicety that also locks their testimony into the evidentiary chain. CEO Lydia Ramos posts the letter on LinkedIn with the caption, "Transparency is good business." Her share price edges up another 1.2%. 0711 1 April. The High Court publishes its April docket. Case number HC261A currently holding status earns a note. Conditional stay pending CPS decision. If charges materialize, the civil foreclosure motion pauses automatically. Criminal takes precedence. Legal analysts describe it as the monarchy's all-in moment. 1053. A whistleblower inside the royal household IT team leaks an internal risk matrix. Row 6 states the worst case. Simultaneous criminal conviction and parliamentary oversight leads to sustained approval loss estimated at 11 points over 12 months. The palace PR office scrambles to plug the leak, but the document is already global. 1422. Princess Anne visits the Royal Marsden Hospital. Reporters pepper her with cyber scandal questions. She responds with one sentence: "The Crown will stand the audit." Clips loop across networks, reinforcing the narrative of unshakable discipline. 1658. Market close. Marrow and Time shares suspend indefinitely after a cumulative drop of 79%. Financial commentators declare the brand effectively insolvent. The public witnesses tangible fallout, proof that royal reputational risk translates to real-world collapse. 2113. Our team learns that Buckingham Palace has booked a 5-minute slot on BBC One for a statement by Prince William, provisional on the CPS outcome. The script remains under wraps, but a source signals its tone: decisive, constitutional, forward-looking. Viewers mark calendars. 2345. In a dim office at St. James's Palace, Senior Auditor Graham Wicks finalizes the 5-year retroactive payment spreadsheet. Total flagged transactions, 32. Aggregate value, £1,410,450. He tags file name House Clean Master XLSX and uploads it to the secured archive. Audit lock engaged. The house clean is no longer slogan. It is spreadsheet reality. 0659, 2 April. Operation Glade investigators submit their final case summary to CPS headquarters. A police source texts 3 words. Bundle delivered, airtight. Momentum is irreversible. Audience. The clock now runs on 2 parallel rails. The CPS charging window that closes at 9 a.m. on 3 April, and the parliamentary vote slated for 29 April. One thrusts the in-laws into criminal jeopardy. The other could hardwire independent scrutiny into royal finance for decades. 2 ticking devices, 1 crown in the middle. Will criminal indictments drop at sunrise, or does a last-minute legal twist derail the prosecution? Does the palace's proactive audit defuse parliamentary revolt, or inflame it with fresh numbers? Hit like if you feel the tension, subscribe so the algorithm guarantees you the instant the CPS speaks, and comment with your forecast, indictment, settlement, or total implosion. The next 48 hours could rewrite royal precedent, and we will be here the second it breaks.
Paps and journalists and media were following him all day, every day. The unraveling happened that week when he wouldn't pick up my call. And instead you're talking to TMZ. Calling.
This is not him saying, oh, I don't want to be there.
No, I get it.
Of course, it's incredibly sad what happened. She had a father before this.
Prince Harry, who's never met your father, says that Meghan has no father. What did you think of that?
I think it's horrible.
London, the 19th of March 2026. William and Catherine were the ones who respected, helped, and cared for Meghan's father when he entered the workforce, even while Meghan was crying on Netflix, yet she blocked her biological father's number. This truth was recently revealed by Tom Bauer, and Meghan's brother has confirmed it. For the first time, the palace sided with the voices of those Meghan had long sought to silence, her own flesh and blood. The latest shocking revelations from Thomas Markle Jr., Meghan's half-brother, provide evidence of what he calls a decade of reputational damage, revealing a reality that is completely contrary to the image of a struggling actress and victim of the institution that Oprah and Netflix have cultivated for the global public. Princess Anne declared, "The royal family of Windsor holds the deepest respect and affection for our husbands' families. They are the ones who gave birth to, raised, and shaped the women who stand by our son's side, sharing their lives in sickness and in health, in joy and sorrow. Just as we have welcomed and respected the Middleton family for their unwavering support and dignity, we extend the same friendship and respect to the family of the Duchess of Sussex. The House of Windsor holds the highest regard and deepest affection for the families of our in-laws," Princess Anne stated. "They are the individuals who gave life to, nurtured, and shaped the women who stand beside our sons, sharing their lives through sickness, health, joy, and sorrow. Just as we have embraced and respected the Middleton family for their unwavering support and dignity, we have extended that same hand of friendship and honor to the family of the Duchess of Sussex." In contrast to the pitiful tears Meghan tried to force out, she was both crying and laughing on Oprah's show. Anne went further, revealing for the first time that the royal family had prepared the most prestigious and honorary positions for the Markle family at all major state and traditional festivals, from Christmas at Sandringham to the Trooping, the Colour. "It was our sincere hope and intent to have them at the very heart of our family gatherings, in positions of the highest honor, to show our gratitude and hospitality," she continued. The reason for their absence, the palace now clarifies, was not exclusion, but a heartbreaking refusal, born of shame. The palace confirmed that Thomas Markle Sr. declined these invitations, including Christmas and Thanksgiving, out of a profound sense of guilt for the chaos and distress caused by his daughter's exit and subsequent media attacks on the crown. He reportedly told palace aides that he could not accept such kindness while his daughter was actively working to undermine the institution that offered it. As Thomas Markle Jr. reminded the public of the open letter he wrote to Prince Harry in May 2018, just weeks before the royal wedding. At the time, Thomas Jr. was ridiculed by the global media, labeled bitter, unstable, and desperate for 15 minutes of fame. However, as of March 2026, with the Megxit fallout having decimated Harry's relationship with his family, Thomas Jr. has moved beyond mere warnings to a full-scale confrontation through his upcoming book, which he explicitly states is not for reconciliation, but for correction. Timeline of the years. 2004 to 2011, a period Meghan describes as her struggling actress era, involving low-tier diners and financial hardship. Thomas Jr. calls this the leverage and discard era. "I watched her," Thomas Jr. said in a statement backed by the palace's acknowledgement of his family's suffering. "I saw her meticulously identify people with influence, climb their shoulders to get ahead, and the second they no longer served a purpose for her brand, they were deleted from her life. She didn't struggle, she strategized." Perhaps the most damaging revelation involves the true nature of Meghan's upbringing. Thomas Jr. has challenged the narrative of Doria Ragland as the sole pillar of Meghan's youth. He has provided evidence that Thomas Markle Sr. was the primary caregiver and the sole financial provider who paid for Meghan's elite, expensive private schooling. The question being asked across London today is, where was Doria? Thomas Jr. has alluded to a multi-year absence, alluding to her time in prison during Meghan's formative years, a fact he claims Meghan has gone to extreme lengths to hide so she could cast herself as a victim of a broken home while portraying her mother as a saintly figure. By devaluing her father's role and erasing his financial and emotional sacrifices, Thomas Jr. argues that Meghan has committed a fundamental betrayal of the truth. As of today, the 19th of March 2026, the public is most incensed by the current state of Thomas Markle Sr.'s health. At 81 years old, after a grueling 3-hour emergency surgery to remove a blood clot that ultimately cost him his foot and lower leg to save him from sepsis, the Duchess of Compassion has remained silent. Thomas Jr., who has been the sole family member at his father's bedside, confirmed that Meghan did not call, did not visit, and only sent a cold, formal letter via a legal representative days later. While her father was fighting for his life, Meghan was reportedly seen filming content for her lifestyle brand in Montecito, posting about family values and healing for her digital audience. She says she has no father, Thomas Jr. said, but the world is finally seeing that it's the other way around. She chose to have no father because he was no longer a PR asset. He's a human being, a sick old man, and she's treating him like a footnote she wants to erase. In an extraordinary gesture of kindness that Thomas Jr. felt compelled to go public with, he revealed that while Meghan was silent, Prince William and Princess Catherine were the ones who reached out. They reportedly sent private messages of support and ensured the family knew they were still considered part of the extended family circle in the eyes of the crown. "Catherine is the real deal," Thomas Jr. concluded. "She doesn't need a camera crew to show she's human. She is everything Meghan pretends to be. Kind, sincere, and genuinely raised with the values of a true lady. We feel more loved by the institution Meghan hates than by the sister we grew up with." The palace's decision to back these statements signals the end of Meghan's monopoly on the narrative. The victim mask has slipped, and underneath, the world is beginning to see what Thomas Jr. has warned about for years. A woman who didn't just escape the royal family, but one who has systematically attempted to gaslight a monarchy and a father simultaneously. If Thomas Markle Jr. provided the emotional lightning, Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York, has just delivered the thunder. Known affectionately and sometimes controversially as Fergie, the ex-wife of Prince Andrew has officially moved from a silent observer to the monarchy's most dangerous insider witness. As of this morning, reports have confirmed that Fergie is in the final stages of signing a $20 million tell-all book deal, a move that insiders describe as the nuclear option against the Montecito narrative. When Meghan Markle first touched down on British soil in 2016, she was an outsider in every sense. It wasn't the senior royals who took her under their wing, but Fergie. In the early days of the Sussex romance, the Duchess of York was the one who taught Meghan the royal ropes, from the intricacies of the deep curtsy to the Queen to the unwritten codes of palace etiquette. Meghan reportedly spent hours confiding in Fergie, sharing her ambitions, her past, and her intimate thoughts about the family she was about to join. However, the bond was fragile. Fergie's latest revelations suggest that Meghan's friendship was entirely transactional. Once Meghan secured her position, and later exited the firm, she systematically erased Fergie and her daughters, Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie, from her life. This cold abandonment, especially during Prince Andrew's legal scandals, has left Fergie with no reason left for loyalty. The most explosive chapter of Fergie's upcoming testimony involves the period between 2004 and 2011. While Meghan has portrayed this time as a struggle for survival, Fergie is reportedly prepared to provide evidence that Meghan and Prince Andrew knew each other years before she met Harry. The Duchess of York has alluded to Meghan's presence in the elite yachting circles of Monaco and the Mediterranean gatherings often frequented by Andrew and the late Jeffrey Epstein. Fergie claims Meghan was a fixture in these high society circles, moving through a world of wealthy influencers that a struggling actress could never have accessed on her own. This revelation sheds a predatory light on Prince Harry's memoir, Spare. While Harry torched King Charles, Prince William, and Princess Catherine, he handled the disgraced Prince Andrew with surgical silence. Fergie's camp suggests this wasn't out of respect, but a mutual protection pact. Andrew kept quiet about Meghan's past, and the Sussexes kept quiet about Andrew's scandals. If Fergie releases the documented proof of these yachting days, Meghan's carefully curated image as a self-made humanitarian in the US will face total incineration. Beatrice and Eugenie were once Meghan's closest allies within the palace. Fergie's anger stems from how Meghan used the princesses to navigate the institution, only to ruthlessly discard them the moment they became a PR liability. By late 2025, as William began marginalizing the York sisters from events like Royal Ascot, Meghan reportedly ignored their pleas for support. She is a consummate survivalist, a source close to Fergie stated. She doesn't have friends, she has assets. When the Yorks were no longer assets, they were trash. While the royal family welcomes the truth coming to light, there is an underlying tension regarding Fergie's motives. The palace is well aware that Fergie is facing significant financial pressure in early 2026. Her $20 million deal is seen by some as a mercenary move rather than a moral one. While the crown stands by the facts Fergie is presenting, they remain wary of her unpredictable nature and opportunistic timing. Publicly, the palace maintains a stance of interest and anxiety, knowing that if Fergie goes nuclear, the fallout will be permanent. Meghan is said to be in a state of high anxiety, knowing that unlike her brother, Fergie was inside the rooms where the masks came off. If the emotional testimony of Thomas Markle Jr. and the nuclear threats of Sarah Ferguson have cracked the Sussexes' image, then Tom Bower, the Witchfinder General of biographers, has provided the structural demolition. In his latest investigative deep dive released just weeks ago, Bower has moved beyond character analysis to focus on something far more indisputable: tax records, IRS filings, and warehouse inventory data. As of mid-March 2026, the myth of the Sussex success has been replaced by a data-driven autopsy of a collapsing empire. Bower's findings suggest that Meghan Markle's professional life is not a series of unfortunate events, but a calculated smoke and mirrors operation that has finally run out of fuel. The centerpiece of the Sussexes' exit from the royal family was the Arcueil Foundation, presented as a global powerhouse of compassion. However, Bower's analysis of the latest 990 tax forms filed in California tells a story of financial hemorrhaging and systemic failure. According to the records verified by Bower and reported across major financial outlets, the $3 million hole. In 2024, Arcueil recorded total expenses of $5.1 million, while donations plummeted to a mere $2.1 million. This represents a staggering $3 million operating loss in a single fiscal year. The salary paradox. Despite the massive loss and a 60% reduction in staff, salaries for the remaining two senior executives totaled over $913,000. The delinquency scandal. Bower highlights the moment the state of California officially declared Arcueil delinquent, legally barring the foundation from raising or spending money due to failed filings and missing records. Arcueil was never a charity. It was a PR laundering machine, Bower asserts. When you look at the $2.9 million listed as other expenses, you aren't seeing money going to clean water or mental health. You are seeing the funding of a private security detail and a high-end lifestyle that the couple can no longer afford through their own creative output. Perhaps the most humiliating blow to Meghan's Duchess of Lifestyle persona comes from the leaked inventory data of her brand, American Riviera Orchard. In early 2025, the brand launched with a global PR blitz, with magazines like Harper's Bazaar claiming the initial products had sold out in hours. Bauer, utilizing a website glitch discovered by independent data analysts, has exposed this as a manufactured scarcity tactic. The reality behind the digital curtain is grim. Unsold mountains. As of March 2026, there are approximately 137,000 unsold jars of jam sitting in a California warehouse. The 0.03%. Reality. The brand is currently selling only 0.03% of its total stock per day. At this rate, it would take 9 years to clear the current inventory, long after the perishable goods have expired. Financial dead weight. Bauer estimates over $23 million in unsold inventory is currently acting as a financial anchor, dragging down the couple's remaining liquidity. The sold-out stories were revealed to be a deliberate deception. The company only released 50 units to the public initially to create a sellout headline, which was then used to justify ordering 150,000 units that the market simply did not want. Bauer's investigation also circles back to the pivotal years of 2004-2011, aligning perfectly with Thomas Markle Jr.'s claims. Bauer has tracked Meghan's unlimited access to the exclusive Soho House network during her years as a low-level actress. A briefcase girl on a game show does not have the funds to travel to Istanbul, Monaco, and Lake Como on a whim, Bauer writes. He points to Marcus Anderson, the global membership director of Soho House, as the architect of Meghan's social rise. Documents suggest that Soho House not acting roles funded much of her early high society lifestyle, providing her with a platform to meet the assets she would eventually use to climb the social ladder. As these financial scandals broke, the royal family's stance shifted from passive observation to active defense of the monarchy's own financial integrity. The palace has subtly contrasted the Sussex's smoke and mirrors with the transparent, high-impact charitable work of the Prince and Princess of Wales. When Meghan's team attempted to pivot the narrative by attacking Catherine's privilege, the palace responded with a quiet but firm release of the Royal Foundation's impact report. It showed a 95% efficiency rate in grant distribution, a sharp contrast to Archewell's 24% rate. Thomas Markle Jr. added fuel to this fire, stating, "While Meghan was busy faking sellout crowds for jam jars, Catherine was actually on the ground helping people. My sister is a performance artist. Catherine is a public servant. The difference is finally visible to everyone." The mood in London and online today is one of profound cynicism. The Sussexes' social media accounts have become digital ghost towns, with comment sections disabled to prevent the influx of jam jar jokes and demands for financial transparency. Underneath the few public-facing posts that remain largely pre-recorded promotional clips, the sentiment is vitriolic. Return the money, stop the lies, and apologize to your father are the dominant themes. The crisis has reached a point where even the most loyal Sussex squad members are struggling to defend a charity that loses $3 million while paying its bosses nearly $1 million. The most devastating blow to Meghan Markle's carefully curated image of unwavering compassion has not come from a balance sheet or a disgruntled former staffer, but from a sterile hospital room in Chula Vista. As of today, the British public and the international media are grappling with the harrowing details of Thomas Markle Sr.'s recent medical catastrophe and the chillingly cold response from his daughter in Montecito. In late December 2025, Thomas Markle Sr., now 81, was rushed into emergency surgery. What began as a persistent pain in his leg was revealed to be a massive blood clot that had completely severed circulation. For 3 grueling hours, surgeons fought to save his life. To prevent the onset of lethal sepsis, they were forced to perform a transtibial amputation, removing his foot and lower leg. Thomas Markle Jr. has remained the sole sentry at his father's bedside, navigating the terrifying aftermath of a surgery that has left an elderly man permanently disabled. He was terrified, Thomas Jr. shared in a recent interview. He woke up and realized a part of him was gone, and the one person he spent his life's earnings on, the person he sacrificed everything for, was nowhere to be found. The timeline of Meghan's reaction has become a central point of public fury. According to Thomas Jr., Meghan remained silent for several days following the amputation. There was no frantic phone call to the hospital, no private jet dispatched to ensure the best post-operative care, and no visit to the man who once paid for every private school tuition and dance lesson she ever had. Instead, the family received a formal letter delivered through a legal representative. The tone, described by insiders as clinical and detached, offered no warmth or genuine reconciliation. This occurred while Meghan's digital platforms were simultaneously posting pre-scheduled content about the importance of family bonds and the healing power of empathy. She is a performance artist of the highest order, Thomas Jr. stated. She posts about global compassion from a $14 million mansion, while her father learns to walk again with a prosthetic, ignored by the very daughter he raised. It's not avoidant attachment, it's a total lack of human decency. In a move that has deeply moved the Markle family, it was revealed that Prince William and Princess Catherine did not remain silent. While Meghan distanced herself, the Prince and Princess of Wales reportedly reached out privately to Thomas Jr. to offer words of encouragement and support. This act of quiet dignity has stood in stark contrast to the Sussexes' noisy activism. Thomas Jr. noted, "The irony is staggering. The people Meghan claims trapped and mistreated her are the only ones showing my father the respect and kindness he deserves. Catherine is a woman of true substance. She doesn't need to lecture the world on kindness because she actually practices it." The sentiment in the UK today is one of profound disgust. The hashtag number #WhereIsTheCompassion has trended for 48 hours, with critics pointing out the hypocrisy of a brand built on service and love that fails the most basic test of filial duty. Royal commentators are calling this the final nail in the coffin for Meghan's credibility. By cutting off her father during his greatest physical crisis and denying him the right to ever see his grandchildren, Archie and Lilibet Meghan has moved from a divisive figure to a heartless one in the eyes of a public that increasingly values the truth over the Montecitian spin. As the shadow of Sarah Ferguson's $20 million memoir looms over Montecito, a darker, more systemic betrayal is coming to light: the cold-blooded abandonment of Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie. For years, the York sisters were touted as the bridge between the warring royal factions, the only members of the House of Windsor to maintain a warm, public connection with Harry and Meghan. Today, that bridge has not only collapsed, it has been incinerated by what insiders call Meghan's ruthless PR pragmatism. The betrayal is rooted in the very beginning. In 2016, when Meghan Markle was a clueless newcomer to the labyrinthine world of royal protocol, it was Sarah Ferguson and her daughters who provided the survival manual. Fergie famously taught Meghan how to curtsy to the Queen in the front hall of Royal Lodge, while Beatrice and Eugenie acted as her first true friends within the firm. Meghan didn't just like the York girls. She used them, says a source close to the Duchess of York. They were her social navigators. They vetted her, defended her to the Queen, and gave her the insider knowledge she needed to secure Harry's heart and the wedding of the century. However, as of March 2026, the ledger of gratitude is empty. When Prince Andrew's legal scandals broke and the York family became a PR toxic zone, Meghan's response was immediate and surgical. She reportedly persuaded Harry to sever ties, fearing that any association with the disgraced Duke of York would tarnish their global humanitarian brand in the United States. The most chilling revelation emerging from the Fergie camp involves a strategic silence between the Sussexes and Prince Andrew. Royal watchers have long noted a glaring inconsistency in Harry's memoir, Spare. While Harry spared no detail in attacking King Charles, Prince William, and especially Princess Catherine, he treated his uncle Andrew with a bizarre, surgical precision. Andrew received only a single, vaguely worded paragraph regarding his legal troubles. A startling omission from a man who claimed his book was about total transparency. Fergie's upcoming book reportedly explains why. A mutual protection pact. The allegation is that Meghan and Prince Andrew were well acquainted long before she ever met Harry, moving in the same elite, high-stakes yachting and social circles of the mid-2000s. Fergie is reportedly prepared to provide evidence that Meghan was a guest in social circles connected to Andrew and the late Jeffrey Epstein. The silence wasn't out of family loyalty, an insider claims. It was a tit-for-tat arrangement. Andrew kept quiet about Meghan's yacht party past, and Harry kept quiet about Andrew's scandals in Spare. It was a ceasefire between two parties who both knew where the bodies were buried. If Fergie releases the documented proof of these early encounters, including photographs and flight manifests, Meghan's American reputation as a self-made, struggling feminist will face total annihilation. The Duchess of Sussex would be revealed not as a victim of the British press, but as a veteran of the very high society games she claims to despise. The human cost of this PR strategy is most visible in the treatment of Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie. By late 2025 and early 2026, as Prince William began the process of marginalizing the York sisters, excluding them from Royal Ascot, and refusing a financial audit that would have cleared their names, the sisters reportedly reached out to Harry and Meghan for a show of public solidarity. The response from Montecito was a deafening silence. Meghan views the Yorks as a sinking ship, says a former staffer. She told Harry that supporting them would be brand suicide in the current climate. She used them to get in, and she threw them overboard to stay afloat. It's the same pattern we've seen with her father and her brother. This leverage and discard tactic has left the York family in a state of fury. Fergie, facing her own financial Gethsemane and seeing her daughter's royal futures dimmed, has decided that loyalty is a two-way street. The $20 million advance she is seeking for her book is not just a payday. It is a declaration of war against the woman who took everything the Yorks had to offer and gave nothing but cold, calculated avoidance in return. While the royal family is traditionally wary of Fergie's unpredictable behavior, there is a sense of righteous anger within the palace regarding how the York princesses were treated. Prince William and Princess Catherine, despite their efforts to streamline the monarchy, have reportedly expressed profound sympathy for Beatrice and Eugenie, recognizing them as collateral damage in Meghan's pursuit of a polished image. The king is saddened, but the Prince of Wales is livid, says a source. William sees the hypocrisy. Harry and Meghan talk about community and sisterhood, yet they abandoned the only two people who truly stood by them when it mattered. The mask hasn't just slipped, it's been ripped off. The mood on social media today is one of unmasking. The narrative that Meghan was bullied by the royal family is being replaced by the reality of a woman who bullied her way into the family, used its most vulnerable members as stepping stones, and then ghosted them when the wind changed. The comments on royal forums are biting. She didn't just leave the royal family, she's trying to burn it down while keeping the Yorks inside the building, wrote one prominent blogger. As the countdown to Fergie's publication begins, Meghan is reportedly in a state of high anxiety, knowing that for the first time, a true insider with real receipts is about to tell the world exactly who Rachel Meghan Markle was before she became a duchess. As the sun sets over London on this historic day of disclosures, the global narrative surrounding the Duke and Duchess of Sussex has reached a point of no return. What began as a fairy tale romance and transitioned into a war of liberation has culminated in a total systemic rejection. The combined weight of Thomas Markle Jr., familial truth, Tom Bower's clinical documentation, and Sarah Ferguson's nuclear insider testimony has achieved what years of tabloid speculation could not: the definitive unmasking of a calculated deception. The most visible sign of the Sussexes' declining influence is the Great Refund of 2026. Across major global retailers, from Amazon to Barnes & Noble, the comment sections for Prince Harry's memoir, Spare, have transformed into a digital battlefield. Readers who once sympathized with Harry's struggle are now expressing profound outrage. "I bought a book of truth, but I received a book of omissions," wrote one verified purchaser. The outrage stems from the Mutual Protection Pact with Prince Andrew, revealed by Fergie. Public fury is centered on the hypocrisy of Harry attacking his brother, William, over a physical altercation, while remaining surgically silent about the documented scandals of his uncle Andrew allegedly to protect Meghan's own yachting past. As of the 19th of March 2026, thousands of one-star reviews have flooded the pages, citing contradictory evidence and intentional gaslighting of the public. Secondhand bookstores report being overwhelmed by copies of Spare being dropped off by the boxload, with some charity shops in London explicitly asking donors to stop bringing in Harry's book. We have no shelf space left for fiction. The Sussexes' digital presence has entered a state of high anxiety lockdown. For the first time, their official communication channels have disabled all comments, citing safety and mental health. However, this move has backfired, with critics labeling it the ultimate act of cowardice. Underneath the few promotional posts that remain for their commercial partners, the sentiment is a crushing wave of cynicism. Brands that once clamored for an association with the Duchess are now reportedly quietly distancing themselves as the American Riviera orchard inventory sits rotting in warehouses. The warehouse glitch, which revealed a 0.3% daily sell-through rate, has become a case study in PR inflation versus market reality. Buckingham Palace has concluded this day of revelations with a gesture of unshakable resolve. While the palace maintains a stance of interest and skepticism towards Sarah Ferguson's opportunistic timing, they have moved with surgical precision to protect the dignity of Princess Catherine. The palace's final statement today was a masterclass in royal steel, thanking the Markle family for their bravery in overcoming immense personal obstacles to speak the truth. This is seen as the ultimate vindication for Catherine, who has been the primary target of Meghan's victimhood narrative since 2018. The Princess of Wales has been the silent victim of a 7-year campaign of character assassination, a senior aide stated. Today, the world has seen the difference between a woman who performs service for the cameras and a woman who embodies service in her soul. The House of Windsor stands united in its gratitude for the truth. As of this hour, the Monarchian dream is in ruins. The strategy of silence, which Meghan utilized through every previous crisis, has failed because the voices speaking out now, her brother, her former mentor, and the tax records are indisputable and firsthand. The public's verdict is clear. They no longer believe the story of the struggling actress or the bullied duchess. Instead, they see a woman who rewrote her own history to play a victim, while ruthlessly discarding the father who raised her and the family that welcomed her. Harry and Meghan are no longer divisive. They are becoming irrelevant. The world has moved on, choosing the sincere, human decency of Catherine and William over the manufactured, high-gloss compassion of Montecito. The final reckoning has arrived, and for the Sussexes, the cost of their truth has finally been tallied and found wanting. Imagine a world where the most powerful woman in Hollywood's new royalty wakes up to find that the ironclad seal of privacy has not just been breached, but utterly demolished by the very establishment she once sought to dominate. For years, the whispers remained in the dark corners of the internet, vague, unverified, and easily dismissed as the rants of obsessed detractors. But on the 17th of March 2026, the silence didn't just break, it shattered. When the oldest, most respected periodical in the United Kingdom moves from reporting on parliamentary shifts to asking pointed, numerical questions about how many luxury decks a duchess graced before her diamond-studded wedding, we are no longer talking about gossip. We are witnessing a structural collapse of a multi-million-dollar brand. The maritime shadows of Meghan Markle's past have finally reached the shores of the present, and this time, the Arkewell shield is nowhere to be found. For nearly a decade, the narrative surrounding Meghan Markle has been one of meticulously curated empowerment. She was the self-made woman, the global icon, and the voice for the voiceless. However, the reality within the corridors of Montecito and the boardrooms of London has shifted into a chilling new gear. As of March 2026, the Sussex brand is facing a multi-front war that threatens to erase its viability in the eyes of the global elite. The epicenter of this seismic shift is a single, devastating editorial published in The Spectator on the 17th of March 2026. Written by the razor-sharp Julie Burchill, the piece did what no mainstream outlet had dared to do before. It legitimized the investigation into Meghan's maritime history. For years, any mention of her presence on luxury yachts belonging to the world's most powerful men was relegated to the fringes. But Burchill, writing for an institution with over 200 years of credibility, posed the question that sent shockwaves through Meghan's PR team. How many yachts was she a guest on before she met Harry? Was it double figures or triple? This wasn't just a jab, it was a declaration of open season. When the Spectator goes there, the rest of the world follows. The significance of this moment cannot be overstated. By moving these questions into the establishment media, the past on the Mediterranean is no longer a conspiracy theory, it is a public inquiry. For years, Meghan and her team at Arkewell and WME operated under a policy of controlled silence or litigious aggression. They didn't engage with the rumors because, frankly, they didn't have to. The contracts were rolling in, and the Hollywood image was intact. But today, the stakes have fundamentally changed. The current allegations aren't just hurting feelings. They are killing deals. In Hollywood, your brand is only as valuable as your insurability. Major luxury brands and high-end partners, the ones Meghan has been courting for her lifestyle brand, as ever, operate on a zero-risk policy. If a celebrity's private history is linked to controversial circles, particularly those involving figures like Prince Andrew or the late Jeffrey Epstein, the brand becomes uninsurable. No insurance company will back a multi-million-dollar campaign for a figure whose past could trigger a morality clause at any moment. Insiders report that for the first time, Meghan's team is reacting with genuine panic. The strategy of never complain, never explain, ironically borrowed from the family she criticized, is being abandoned for a frantic behind-the-scenes lobbying effort. They are no longer just fighting for truth. They are fighting for their economic survival. While the Sussexes scramble, the view from Buckingham Palace is one of eerie, clinical detachment. To the British royal family, these revelations aren't breaking news, they are an inevitability. Sources within the palace suggest that the senior royals, particularly King Charles III, have become cold to the constant cycle of drama. In a year that should be filled with hundreds of royal engagements and the continuation of the king's legacy, the headlines are instead dominated by the slow-motion unraveling of his daughter-in-law's past. To the king and queen, these news cycles have become as routine as the weather, unpleasant, unavoidable, but ultimately irrelevant to the core mission of the monarchy. The palace adheres strictly to the never complain, never explain mantra, but this time, the silence isn't a form of protection for Meghan. It is a form of abandonment. By refusing to issue even a standard no comment or a subtle defense, the palace is effectively signaling that Meghan is now a private citizen and a Hollywood celebrity. In their eyes, if she chose the life of a public figure for profit, she must now endure the scrutiny that comes with it. The members of the royal family haven't just stopped caring. They have essentially closed the book. They are breathing the air of the institution, while the Sussexes are suffocating in the vacuum of the celebrity news cycle. Perhaps the most damaging aspect of this maritime past is its proximity to the Prince Andrew scandal. The legal maneuverings of David Boies, the high-profile lawyer who represented Virginia Giuffre, have cast a long shadow. While the mainstream media was cautious in 2021 to 2022, the 2026 landscape is much less forgiving. The fact that Boies sought a deposition from Meghan wasn't because she was a victim, but because she was believed to be a witness to the circle. This link, the idea that Meghan moved in the same social orbits as the men surrounding Prince Andrew, is the dark point that brands cannot ignore. It contradicts every fiber of the feminist activist image Meghan has built. In the high-stakes world of Hollywood endorsements, being Andrew adjacent is a death knell for credibility. In the high-stakes poker game of Hollywood streaming, there is no bigger player than Ted Sarandos. For 5 years, the co-CEO of Netflix was the ultimate shield for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, a billionaire benefactor who bet $100 million on the royal factor. But by the 17th of March 2026, the atmosphere inside the Netflix Los Angeles headquarters hadn't just cooled, numbing frost had set in. When the trade Bible Variety, the gold standard of industry reporting, published its exposé featuring 6 high-level insiders, the message was clear. The most expensive vanity project in streaming history is over. The Sussex perceived pattern has finally met its match in a corporate giant that no longer sees a return on its investment. As the maritime shadows of Meghan's past lengthen, the light at Netflix is being switched off, one Zoom call at a time. The fall of a Hollywood titan rarely happens in a vacuum. It is usually preceded by a series of whispers, a cooling of public appearances, and finally, a devastating hit piece in a trade publication that signals to the rest of the industry that the subject is fair game. For Meghan Markle, that moment arrived on the 17th of March 2026. The report published by Variety was not merely a gossip column. It was a clinical autopsy of a dying partnership. According to the publication, the mood within the Netflix building is summarized in 3 chilling words: "We're done." The article revealed a pattern of behavior that has reportedly ruffled feathers at the highest levels of the company. Most damning was the revelation of Meghan's conduct during professional engagements. Multiple sources claimed that the Duchess has developed a habit of abruptly walking out of Zoom meetings with top-tier executives. If a creative direction was challenged or if the bedside manner of the executives didn't meet her standards of deference, she would simply stand up and leave the frame, no apology, no rescheduling, and often not returning for lengthy periods. In a town where talent is expected to be difficult, this level of perceived unprofessionalism directed at the people signing the checks is almost unheard of. It wasn't just a clash of egos. It was a fundamental breakdown of the worker-employer dynamic. Netflix, a company that demands high output and high retention content, found itself babysitting a brand that produced more headlines than actual minutes of footage. The most shocking detail in the Variety piece concerned Ted Sarandos himself. As the man who personally championed the Sussex deal, his pivot is the most significant. The report stated that Sarandos has reached a point where he refuses to take a direct call from Meghan Markle unless a lawyer is present on the line. This isn't just about legal protection. It's a profound statement of no trust. In Hollywood, The handshake deal and the personal text message are the currency of power. To be relegated to lawyer-only status is the ultimate demotion. Further fueling the fire was the digital shot heard round the world. Sarandos publicly unfollowed Meghan on Instagram. In the 2026 media landscape, where every digital move is tracked by algorithms and analysts, this was an unmistakable declaration of divorce. The physical evidence of this split is already visible. Sources confirm that Netflix has begun a global sanitization process. Large-scale posters of the Sussexes are being quietly removed from Netflix office lobbies in London, Los Angeles, and Seoul. More devastatingly, a warehouse in California is reportedly holding $10 million in unsold merchandise, the remnants of a branding strategy that failed to capture the public's wallet. The timing of these professional failures overlaps dangerously with the maritime past allegations surfacing in The Spectator. As Meghan attempted to pivot toward her new lifestyle brand, as ever, she hit a wall that no PR firm could climb. By March 2026, Netflix officially ceased collaboration on the As Ever brand integration. While Bella Bajaria, Netflix's chief content officer, issued a standard diplomatic statement claiming they are still developing projects to keep the peace and prevent a PR firestorm, the industry knows better. This is a strategic extinguishing of the fire to prevent further brand damage to Netflix. The real reason for the hesitation among partners isn't just the Zoom walks or the stagnant merchandise. It is the Andrew shadow. The fact that high-profile lawyers like David Boies once sought Meghan's testimony regarding the circles of Prince Andrew has created an insurability crisis. Major brands operate on a foundation of a clean history. If there is even a 1% chance that a spokesperson could be linked to a darker maritime past involving controversial figures, the cost of brand insurance skyrockets. No CEO is willing to put their company's reputation on the line for a figure who is currently being questioned by two 00-year-old periodicals about her guest list on luxury yachts. Meghan's past is no longer just a private matter. It is a financial liability that has made her toxic to the very Hollywood elite she moved to Montecito to join. Desperate for a win, Meghan pivoted her focus to the Australian market, planning a series of wellness retreats. However, the reality on the ground in Sydney, as of March 2026, is equally grim. The Australian news outlets and the Daily Express have confirmed that the Gemmy agency, run by Meghan's Australian PR ally Gemma O'Neill, has officially fallen into liquidation. The agency is buried under a tax debt of over $543,000 AUD. The optics are disastrous. A duchess selling tickets for nearly $2,700 AUD to sit in a room and talk about empowerment and living your best life, while the woman organizing the event is declaring bankruptcy and owing the government $500,000. Critics have pointed out the bitter irony of charging thousands of dollars for a wellness experience held near beaches that, in recent months, have been plagued by environmental issues metaphorically and literally, a beach full of trash. While Meghan Markle battles the encroaching tides of Hollywood's rejection, Prince Harry finds himself standing on a different kind of shore, the cold marble floors of a London courtroom. But the hero's homecoming he might have envisioned has instead turned into a clinical dissection of his past. As the High Court deconstructs his secret relationships and private communications, a more chilling reality settles over the Atlantic. The British monarchy has not just moved on, they have frozen the Sussexes out of the royal ecosystem entirely. In a year defined by the maritime shadows cast over Meghan, the palace's adherence to the never complain, never explain mantra has transformed from a shield into a weapon of total indifference. To the king, the headlines are no longer a crisis, they are merely the background noise of a life lived outside the great gates. The legal proceedings in London throughout March 2026 have stripped away the last vestiges of the privacy crusade Harry and Meghan once championed. As Charlotte Griffiths, editor-at-large of the Mail on Sunday, testified under oath, a different version of the prince emerged, one involved in 2:50 a.m., phone calls and mischief aliases. But the true story isn't just in the courtroom. It's in the lack of a welcoming committee at Buckingham Palace. According to high-level palace aides, King Charles III is operating under intense pressure from his senior advisors. While the king's public messaging remains one of paternal love for his son, the administrative reality is a strategy of separation. Regarding the specific allegations surrounding Meghan's maritime history and her guest appearances on luxury decks, the palace has adopted a stance of absolute non-intervention. For the royal family, The reports in The Spectator and the questions regarding the Prince Andrew social circle are viewed as the inevitable fallout of choosing the life of a global celebrity. By refusing to defend or even acknowledge the double or triple-digit yacht guest list mentioned by Julie Burchill, the palace is effectively categorizing Meghan as a celebrity, not a royal. They believe that if the Sussexes wish to monetize their titles in Hollywood, they must also pay the reputational tax that comes with it. The friction reached a peak regarding Meghan's planned Australian wellness tour. Reports indicate that King Charles has kept his distance, refusing to offer even a whisper of official support. The King's primary concern is not Meghan's bankruptcy-plagued PR agent, but rather the 100th anniversary of the birth of Queen Elizabeth II. The palace is reportedly concerned that Meghan's commercial activities, specifically charging $2,699 AUD for selfies, will overshadow the solemn commemorations of the late Queen's legacy. To the establishment, the contrast is jarring. One woman spent 70 years in selfless service. The other is selling manifestation workshops next to a trash-filled beach, while her past is debated in 200-year-old periodicals. For the senior members of the firm, the constant stream of expose news regarding Meghan has become a routine part of their existence, as natural as breathing. There is no longer a crisis room meeting every time a new scandal drops. Instead, there is a profound sense of detachment. They have seen the scripts, they have seen the Zoom walkouts, and they have seen the maritime shadows. Their silence is no longer a tactical choice. It is a symptom of a relationship that has fundamentally died. Harry is in London, but he has never been further from home. If King Charles III represents the grieving father maintaining a fragile, diplomatic silence, then Prince William, the Prince of Wales, represents the iron-willed future of the monarchy, a man who has replaced fraternal warmth with a clinical, tactical hostility. As the maritime shadows of Meghan Markle's past move from the whispers of the internet to the prestigious pages of The Spectator, William isn't just watching the collapse. He is actively fortifying the borders of the crown. For the future king, this isn't just about gossip or double-digit yacht guest lists. It is about a fundamental betrayal of the brand of service. In March 2026, as Meghan attempts to monetize her title on the shores of Australia, William has unleashed a silent protocol designed to ensure that while she may carry the name of Sussex, she will never again carry the weight of the monarchy. While the world focuses on the Zoom walkouts at Netflix and the $10 million in unsold merchandise, the real power play is happening within the private offices of Kensington Palace. Prince William's reaction to the latest wave of scandals, particularly the resurfacing of Meghan's pre-royal social circles and her proximity to the Prince Andrew orbit, has been described by insiders as fierce and uncompromising. The core of William's fury lies in what he perceives as a counterfeit use of royal status. As Meghan's Australian wellness tour began promoting tickets at $2,699 AUD, William reportedly became extremely angry. To the Prince of Wales, using the title Duchess of Sussex to sell manifestation workshops and paid selfies isn't just a business move, it is an insult to the institution he will one day lead. William's perspective is clear. You cannot trash the firm in a Netflix docuseries one year and then use its ancient titles to sell wellness the next. He views the Sussexes' current business model as a monetized speech circuit that leeches off the crown's prestige while simultaneously damaging its integrity with every yacht-related headline that surfaces. The Prince of Wales has not been content to simply sit in silence. Reports from March 2026 suggest that William has utilized his extensive diplomatic connections within the Commonwealth to manage the Sussex optics in Australia. According to sources, Kensington Palace reached out to high-level officials in the Australian government to ensure a private visit status for the couple. This means no red carpets, no government motorcades, and no state-sanctioned security details. Clear instructions that any event attended by Meghan is a commercial venture and not a royal engagement, ensuring that Meghan's wellness brand remains physically and symbolically distant from any official events commemorating the 100th anniversary of Queen Elizabeth II. By doing this, William has effectively stripped the royal out of the royal visit, leaving Meghan as just another Hollywood celebrity trying to sell tickets in a foreign market. Perhaps the most devastating aspect of the William protocol is his stance on Harry's potential return. As the Sussexes face a structural collapse across their professional fronts, losing Netflix, facing bankruptcy with their Australian PR agents, And seeing the maritime past legitimized by the Spectator whispers have emerged of Harry seeking a way back into the royal fold to save his dwindling career. William's response? Insane. The Prince of Wales is said to be steadfast in his requirement to cut off all privileges if the couple does not adhere to strict royal protocols. He views Harry's attempts at reconciliation not as a move of heart, but as a tactic to regain the royal shield against the legal and reputational storms currently battering them. To William, the maritime shadows and the Andrew connection are not just Meghan's problems. They are a contagion that must be kept far away from his own family and his own children. Buckingham Palace, under the subtle guidance of William's new guard, is now operating a separation campaign. They are no longer trying to manage the Sussexes. They are simply waiting for them to finish their transition into the celebrity world. The removal of posters at Netflix and the scathing articles in Variety and Wall Street Journal are seen by the palace as the inevitable consequence of the path Harry and Meghan chose. As the maritime past continues to be unraveled by journalists like Julie Burchill and Jessica Reed Krause, William remains the silent architect of their exile, ensuring that when the truth finally surfaces, the crown is already miles away from the blast zone. When the glitz of Hollywood fades and the Netflix posters are peeled off the walls in Los Angeles, a desperate brand looks for a new sunrise. For Meghan Markle, that sunrise was supposed to be Australia, a land that once embraced her with open arms during the 2018 royal tour. But by March 2026, the land down under has become a landscape of professional landmines. As the maritime shadows of her past are being meticulously deconstructed by the Spectator, Meghan's attempt to pivot into a high-end wellness guru has hit a wall of cold, hard financial reality. Between a bankrupt PR handler, a trash-filled beach setting, and a $2,699 price tag for a selfie, the Australian wellness weekend has become a metaphor for a dynasty in structural collapse. The strategy for March 2026 was clear. If the American market was cooling and the British establishment was hostile, Meghan would retreat to the Commonwealth to re-establish her Duchess aura through her lifestyle brand, as ever. However, the data emerging from major Australian news outlets like news.com.au and the Daily Express tells a story of disastrous failure. At the heart of the Australian disaster is Gemma O'Neill, the head of Gemmy Agency, who was hired as the PR wizard to facilitate Meghan's comeback. The optics, however, have been nothing short of horrific. Just as tickets went on sale for nearly $2,700 AUD, it was revealed that O'Neill's agency had officially fallen into liquidation. The agency reportedly owes the Australian government over $543,000 AUD in unpaid taxes. For a duchess whose brand is built on empowerment and ethical leadership, partnering with a bankrupt entity that owes $500,000 to the public purse is a dark spot that no amount of soft lighting photography can fix. Critics have been quick to point out that while Meghan charges thousands of dollars for a seat at the table, the woman setting the table is legally insolvent. The setting for this high-priced retreat has also become a source of ridicule. Promoted as an Edenic escape for sound healing and manifestation, the actual location near a Sydney beach has been plagued by environmental issues and recent reports of a beach full of trash. The contrast is satirical at best and cruel at worst. A duchess in linen, speaking about the purity of soul and living your best life. A $2,699 ticket to sit in a room managed by a bankrupt promoter, while the literal wind carries the scent of local waste management issues. Journalists have noted that the aura Meghan hoped to regain has been replaced by a money-making sham. The Australian public, known for their no-nonsense attitude, has reacted with skepticism. The wellness industry in 2026 is highly competitive, and Meghan's attempt to enter it while her maritime past is being questioned by the likes of Julie Burchill has made her look less like a guru and more like a pay-by-the-hour celebrity. The failure of the Australian venture is not just a PR nightmare, it is a financial crisis. With the Netflix partnership officially done and Ted Sarandos refusing to engage without lawyers, the Australian tour was supposed to be the new main revenue stream. Instead, the $10 million in stagnant merchandise sitting in California warehouses is being mirrored by the slow ticket sales in Sydney. The Sussex brand is discovering that without the royal shield and the institutional protection of the British monarchy, they are just another luxury brand in a saturated market, one that currently carries the toxic label of being linked to the dark maritime circles of the past. As the Variety report circulates, major Australian sponsors have reportedly hesitated to sign on. The issue remains private life insurance. No major corporate partner in Australia wants to be the face of a brand that might be exposed further by Jessica Reed Krause's 6-year investigation. The Andrew connection and the witness to the circle allegations have made Meghan uninsurable for high-stakes commercial ventures. The As Ever brand, once touted as the next Goop, is now struggling to find a bank that will even process its transactions without extra scrutiny. In the world of global business, when the lawyers are on the line, the party is usually over. In the architecture of power, a structural collapse doesn't happen with a single explosion. It happens when every pillar supporting the roof gives way at the exact same moment. As the final week of March 2026 unfolds, Meghan Markle is standing amidst the rubble of a decade-long construction. The maritime shadows once whispered in the dark are now printed in 200-year-old journals. The $100 million Netflix fortress has been dismantled by Ted Sarandos, and the royal family has retreated into a silence so absolute it feels like a vacuum. This is no longer a bad PR cycle. This is the clinical, documented disintegration of the Sussex brand. As the world watches, the As Ever dream is being buried under the weight of a past that refused to stay submerged. The final days of March 2026 have revealed a multifaceted crisis that transcends simple celebrity gossip. It is a systematic rejection by the three pillars of global influence: the establishment media, the Hollywood elite, and the British monarchy. The most permanent damage of this period is the exposure of Meghan's history through The Spectator. When Julie Burchill moved the discussion of maritime guest appearances from the fringes of the internet to the pages of the British establishment, she effectively legitimized the inquiry. This is the beginning of the end because it removes Meghan's most powerful weapon, the accusation of conspiracy. Framing the question of double or triple-digit guest lists on luxury decks as a matter of public interest has forced Meghan into a corner where silence is no longer a choice but a confession. The Jessica Reed Krause investigation, 6 years in the making, is the sword hanging over her head that every major brand is now terrified of. The connection to the Prince Andrew social circle and the legal interest of David Boies has become the dark spot that has rendered Meghan uninsurable in Hollywood. In the corporate world of 2026, a brand's value is tied to its moral clarity. Data from Variety and the Wall Street Journal suggests that the industry is no longer willing to insure the risk associated with Meghan's past. If she was indeed a witness to the circle, as the Boies deposition request suggested, she represents a reputational time bomb. This is why Ted Sarandos refuses to speak without lawyers, and why Netflix posters have been removed globally. They are sanitizing their platform before the next wave of truth surfaces. In London, the royal family's adherence to the never complain, never explain rule has reached its ultimate, icy conclusion. Buckingham Palace is no longer protecting Meghan. They are quarantining her. King Charles III's decision to keep his distance from the Australian tour is a profound signal. He is choosing the legacy of the late Queen over the commercial ventures of his daughter-in-law. Simultaneously, the Prince of Wales's underground actions to ensure the Australian trip was viewed as private and commercial has stripped Meghan of her only remaining currency, royal legitimacy. Without the royal prefix being treated seriously by governments, she is just a pay-by-the-hour celebrity selling sound baths next to a beach full of trash. The structural collapse is perhaps most visible in the $10 million in unsold merchandise and the bankrupt PR agency in Australia. The Sussex perceived pattern of signing big deals and producing little value has finally hit the wall of market reality. As Arcueil faced internal shifts and staff were blindsided, the message became clear: the money is running out. Meghan's gamble on the Australian wellness market has proven to be a money-making sham that has only served to further alienate the public. The image of a duchess charging $2,699 AUD for a selfie, while her organizer owes $543,000 AUD in taxes, is the nail in the coffin for her philanthropic image. As we look at the systematic state of her current life, the conflict between the image Meghan built and the reality of her past has become too large to bridge. The Hollywood dream is effectively over, with Netflix leadership signaling a final departure. The royal connection has been severed by William's accusations of counterfeit behavior. The public image has been shattered by the maritime inquiries posed by the British press, and the financial future remains precarious due to stagnant stock and international business failures. Meghan Markle once said she wanted people to tell the truth about her. In March 2026, that wish is being granted, but not in the way she envisioned. The maritime shadows have reached the shore, and as the tide goes out, it is becoming increasingly clear who was swimming without a suit. This isn't just a bad week for Meghan. It is the definitive end of the Sussex era as we knew it. The dam has broken, the truth is coming, and for the first time, Meghan Markle cannot sue her way out of the narrative. If you were Meghan Markle, how would you feel if your birth name was completely removed from your child's birth certificate after only a month? Was it royal security or a slap in the face to your self-esteem? Many say Meghan is overly sensitive, but when compared to the records of Kate Middleton's 3 children, the truth is shocking. Today, we won't discuss emotions. We'll discuss the numbers and legal documents. Is this the real reason behind the shocking Megxit, or just an excuse for Meghan to leave? Leave your comments below before we delve into the details. The first fracture in this conflict can be traced back to a seemingly minor administrative change in June 2019. On the 17th of May 2019, Archie Harrison's birth certificate was registered at Portland Hospital. It followed standard protocol, listing the mother's name as Rachel Meghan, Her Royal Highness the Duchess of Sussex. However, exactly 1 month later, a legal amendment was dictated a word later, weaponized by Meghan's PR team, to remove the names Rachel Meghan entirely. To the casual observer, this is a minor update to reflect a formal title. To Meghan Markle, this was the moment she became an unnamed asset. Through her 2021 briefings, she alleged that the palace sought to turn her into an anonymous entity, erasing her pre-royal identity as a successful actress and activist. She viewed it as a suppression of the individual, a surgical removal of the woman to make room for the Duchess. However, the core of her resentment was not the removal itself, but the comparison of status. Investigation into the records of the Wales children, George, Charlotte, and Louis, reveals a starkly different standard. Catherine Elizabeth Middleton has her full given names retained on every birth certificate of her children. To Meghan, this gap was proof of systemic discrimination. She perceived a hierarchy where the future queen was allowed a personal identity, while the wife of the spare was relegated to an anonymous title. This was the seed of the systemic jealousy that would eventually lead to the Megxit explosion. Meghan's most potent weapon in this phase was her psychological influence over Prince Harry. By dragging the birth records of Princess Diana into the conflict, she successfully linked her personal grievances to Harry's deepest trauma. On the birth certificates of William and Harry, Diana's name was listed only as Her Royal Highness, the Princess of Wales. Instead of viewing this as a historical precedent of how the palace handles the titles of non-heir wives, Meghan framed it as a calculated erasure of Diana's influence, a strategy she claimed was now being used against her. She successfully convinced Harry that the palace was doing to her what they did to his mother. By branding King Charles III as an administrative abuser who sought to hurt Diana through paperwork, Meghan turned a routine bureaucratic process into a narrative of emotional exile. While Meghan portrayed herself in the UK as a victim forced to give up her name, her behavior in Hollywood told a different story. Since moving to California, she has not functioned as Rachel Meghan. She has functioned exclusively as the Duchess of Sussex. At this point, we need to pause and ask for your opinion. Do you support the palace? This is a security procedure and respects the royal title. Or do you support Meghan? A mother is a mother. A title cannot replace a birth name. Comment your number below. Meghan is bitter about the palace removing her name, but when she went to America, she never used the name Rachel Meghan to make money. She used the very title she hated to close multi-million-dollar deals with Netflix and Spotify. Could it be that the name being removed from official documents is just the perfect ingredient for a high-stakes victim scenario? In this battle, who is the real perpetrator of this oppression? The palace with its black ink writing, or Meghan with her ambition to turn everything into a PR tool? One final question for you. If you had $100 million from Netflix like Meghan, would you accept having your name removed from your child's birth certificate in exchange for power and wealth? Or would you choose honor and your birth name? Don't just watch. Share your insightful perspective in the comments. I'll respond to the most interesting opinions. The investigation highlights a profound irony. Meghan claims the palace stole her name, yet she uses the very title they gave her to secure multi-million-dollar deals with Netflix and Spotify. Her children, Archie and Lilibet, are the ultimate collateral in this branding exercise. Their positions as 6th and 7th in the line of succession are not treated by the Sussexes as a solemn duty to the British state, but as a validation tag for their commercial relevance. In Montecito, the prince and princess titles, which Meghan once claimed were being held hostage by a racist institution, are now used as the primary hooks for their public identity. The truth that the palace has quietly signaled, and which this investigation further uncovers, is that these titles have been turned into hollow crowns. By ignoring the children's milestones and refusing the traditional royal salutes, the palace has ensured that while the titles exist on paper, they carry zero weight in the halls of power. Buckingham Palace, led by the surgical precision of King Charles III and the discipline of Prince William, has responded with a strategy of institutional invisibility. They have not engaged in a war of words. They have engaged in a war of administrative erasure. The website snub. When the official royal website was updated, Harry and Meghan were not just moved down. They were consolidated into a single entry, placed below minor working royals like the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester. The digital silence. For the past 2 years, the palace has ceased all official birthday acknowledgements for Archie and Lilibet. The reasoning is clinical. Official channels only celebrate working royals and their immediate heirs. This is the administrative wall that has driven Meghan's envy to a boiling point. She realizes that while she can broadcast her perspective on a podcast, the palace can render her children invisible simply by not pressing post. The royal rollout she sought for Lilibet, the fireworks, the golden easel, and the public adoration never came. In its place was a mere database update. The year 2023 was intended to be the year of global reconciliation, or at least that was the narrative sold by the Sussex communications team. However, deep dive investigations into the events of March 2023 reveal a much more cynical maneuver, a high-stakes olive branch that was, in reality, a meticulously designed PR trap intended to paint the British monarchy as heartless and exclusionary. At the center of this storm was the baptism of Lilibet Diana, an event that would solidify the steel wall between the California exiles and the Windsor establishment. The anatomy of the short-notice invitation. In the rigid, centuries-old architecture of the Church of England, a royal baptism is not merely a family brunch. It is a state event governed by protocol, tradition, and the presence of the sovereign. Historically, these ceremonies involve the historic silver-gilt lily font, water flown in from the River Jordan, and the 1,841 royal christening robe. For the children of the Prince of Wales, these rituals are a public marker of their entry into the circle of protection. Meghan Markle, however, attempted to rewrite these rules from a mansion in Montecito. Investigative data confirm that Harry and Meghan extended formal invitations to King Charles III, Queen Camilla, and the Prince and Princess of Wales for a private ceremony in California. To the uninitiated public, this appeared to be a gesture of peace. To the palace, it was a logistical and political impossibility. The trap lay in the timing. The king's diary is finalized 12 to 18 months in advance. At the time of the invitation, King Charles and the Princess of Wales were engaged in long-standing official commitments in the UK that could not be abandoned for a private flight across the Atlantic. By sending the invitation with a dangerously short lead time, the Sussexes ensured a rejection was inevitable. Meghan then used this refusal to craft a narrative of being a rejected mother. Emotional exile versus administrative professionalism. When the King and William did not appear, Meghan's media machine went into overdrive. The narrative transitioned from identity erasure to emotional exile. Briefings to sympathetic outlets portrayed a grandfather so cold that he would ignore the spiritual milestone of his only granddaughter. Meghan's rhetoric was sharp. She framed the absence of the king, the supreme governor of the Church of England, as a formal delegitimization of Lilibet. In her world, if the king is not present, the child does not exist in the eyes of the crown. She weaponized the empty chairs at the ceremony to symbolize a family that had boycotted its own bloodline. However, Buckingham Palace's response was a masterclass in professional distance. Following the principle of never complain, never explain, they declined to engage in the emotional theater. They categorized the event as a private family matter of a non-working royal. This distinction is the core of Meghan's envy. She demanded Windsor validation while living with Montecito freedom. When the palace refused to blend the two, she accused them of indifference. The invisibility strategy. No easel, no salutes, No history. To understand the depth of the perceived lack of support Meghan felt for her children's status, one must compare Lilibet's baptism to the royal rollout of Catherine's children. When George, Charlotte, and Louis were born and baptized, the world witnessed the Golden Easel, the formal placement of the birth announcement outside Buckingham Palace, the gun salutes, traditional military honors marking the arrival of a new royal, the inclusion in the line of succession, a process managed with high visibility state dignity. For Archie and Lilibet, the palace offered only the bare legal minimum. There were no bells at Westminster Abbey and no official portraits shared by the royal accounts. By refusing to grant the Sussex children the theatricality of royalty, the palace effectively neutralized their commercial value in Hollywood. A prince who has never stood on the balcony of Buckingham Palace is, in the eyes of the global market, just another celebrity child. For Lilibet Diana, none of these traditional markers occurred. There was no gold easel, no gun salute, and no balcony moment. Instead, the world learned of her status through a sleek, Hollywood-style press release. Meghan reportedly viewed this lack of traditional markers as a form of identity cleansing. She perceived a double standard where Catherine's children were icons of the future, while her children were relegated to the status of American socialites. The investigation reveals that Meghan's resentment intensified as she watched the Wales children become symbols of continuity. For her, the palace's refusal to provide the traditional markers was not just about protocol, it was a calculated erasure of her bloodline from British history. The final layer of the 2023 conflict involved the official update of the children's titles. Under the 1917 decree, Archie and Lilibet technically gained the titles of Prince and Princess the moment Charles ascended the throne. However, the official royal website did not reflect this change for months. Meghan viewed this delay as a cold snub, accusing the palace of holding the titles hostage. In reality, legal analysts point out that the update was a standard administrative procedure. The palace updated the site once the Sussexes formally confirmed they would use the titles, a move that Harry and Meghan delayed themselves to maximize the media impact of the announcement. To Buckingham Palace, the website is a ledger. To Meghan, it is an Instagram feed. This fundamental misunderstanding is where her friction with the institution thrives. She believes the palace is playing games with her children's status, whereas the palace is simply following the law of the state. The fact that Catherine's children's titles were updated instantly, as the children of the direct heir, created a final, insurmountable layer of resentment in Montecito. By trying to force a royal baptism in a California mansion, Meghan Markle attempted to rewrite the rules of a 1,000-year-old institution. When the institution refused to bend, she weaponized their absence to paint herself as a martyr. The empty chairs were not just about family drama. They were the physical manifestation of the border between the future of the monarchy and the exiled rebels. If the fractures of 2019 were about identity and the clashes of 2023 were about recognition, then the current era is defined by exclusion. As the dust settled on the explosive release of the memoir Spare in early 2023, a new architect of the royal response emerged. No longer was the palace guided by the wait-and-see approach of the late Queen. Instead, Prince William stepped forward as a surgical disciplinarian. His strategy was clinical, absolute, and designed to neutralize the Sussex brand once and for all. Investigation into high-level briefings reveals that the publication of Spare was the extinction event for any remaining brotherly sentiment. William's response was not a public shout or a televised rebuttal, but a private, surgical removal of Harry and Meghan from the royal operative circle. To Meghan Markle, this was the ultimate blow to her ambition. While she had spent years using emotion to tell her story on Netflix, William responded with a steel wall of professional silence. This contrast has fueled a new wave of resentment in Montecito. The realization that while Meghan can grab headlines, William holds the keys to the kingdom. Every time Meghan speaks of injustice, William appears at a national charity event or a state dinner, reinforcing the image of the reliable successor and making the Sussexes' grievances look like a one-sided, irrelevant theater. The Sussexes' strategy has consistently been to maintain royal titles and perks such as diplomatic recognition while living a private commercial life in California. In royal circles, this is known as the half-in, half-out model. Investigative data from the Wall Street Journal reveals that Prince William is the fiercest opponent of this model. His doctrine is clinical. A royal is either a working official or a private citizen, with no middle ground. When rumors circulated in early 2024 about Harry returning for a temporary royal role while King Charles faced health challenges, it was William who acted as the primary architect of the no-entry policy. He views Harry's return not as a familial gesture, but as a security and branding risk. To Meghan, this was perceived as the highest form of heartlessness. She viewed William's rigidity as a personal vendetta designed to ensure that Archie and Lilibet remained private citizens without the royal platform. However, from a state perspective, William was acting as a future king, protecting the integrity of a 1,000-year-old brand from becoming a subplot in a global media narrative. Meghan's resentment is reportedly amplified by the perceived shadowing of her children. Every time Prince George is seen learning the ropes of kingship standing on the balcony, attending the coronation, or joining his father at official events, the distance between him and Archie grows. Meghan views this not as a simple accident of birth order, but as a calculated erasure managed by William. She sees her children being moved to the periphery of the official royal website and state documents. The investigation notes that this is part of William's vision for a slimmed-down monarchy. By reducing the number of official royals, William effectively removes the Sussex children from the public consciousness. For 2 consecutive years, Buckingham Palace has declined to issue official social media birthday wishes for Archie or Lilibet. Meghan reportedly views this digital silence as a cold act of aggression. To her, if the king's official channels do not acknowledge the children, they are being deroyalized in the eyes of the world. The palace, however, remains immovable. Official markers are reserved for working royals and their immediate heirs. The most visible evidence of this wall occurred when King Charles, supported by William, requested that the Sussexes vacate Frogmore Cottage. This was not just about a house, it was about domicile. In British law, many royal privileges and security protocols are tied to having an official residence on Crown land. By evicting them, the king effectively removed the safe harbor for Archie and Lilibet in the UK. Meghan interpreted this as a vindictive strike, allegedly telling associates that the king was evicting his own grandchildren. From an investigative standpoint, this was the final step in the physical removal of the Sussexes from the UK. Without a home in Windsor, any visit becomes a logistical challenge involving private security disputes. The invisibility was now complete. They were legally royal, but physically and institutionally disappeared. While Meghan's strategy relies on high-volume transparency, using podcasts and docuseries to broadcast her perspective, the palace has retreated into its fortress of silence. This is the ultimate countermove that has fueled Meghan's deepest frustrations. She realized that she cannot provoke a response from an institution that increasingly views her as a former associate rather than a rival power. By March 2026, the border between Montecito and London had become a geopolitical divide. The envy war is no longer about who is right, it is about who is relevant. While Meghan continues to trade on a brand that is losing its luster in Hollywood, the British monarchy has moved on to its next chapter, leaving the maritime shadows and the birth certificate grievances behind in the archives of a decade they are eager to forget. To the King's office, the Sussexes are no longer a family crisis. They are a data entry problem. When their profiles were merged into a single shared entry at the bottom of the royal website, it was treated as a housekeeping task. By treating the Sussexes as a ledger entry rather than a drama, the palace devalues their celebrity status. They have forced Meghan into a vicious cycle. She must sell royal insight to remain relevant, but the more she sells, the more the palace reinforces the steel wall, further isolating her from the source of her own power. As the global media landscape evolved in 2024 and 2025, a stark constitutional reality began to emerge from behind the glittering gates of Montecito. While Meghan Markle successfully secured the titles of Prince and Princess for her children, the investigation reveals that these are, in the eyes of the British state, hollow crowns. In the world of the British monarchy, a title without a role is a gilded cage, a label that carries the weight of history but none of its power. The most contentious point of the Sussex Palace conflict remains the official naming of Archie and Lilibet on the royal website. For months after King Charles III ascended the throne, the children remained listed as Master and Miss. Meghan's camp leaked stories suggesting the palace was reluctant or hesitant to grant these titles. However, investigative data from Reuters and The Times points to a more complex legal reality. Under the 1,917 letters patent issued by King George V, the children became HRH, her Royal Highness, automatically the moment their grandfather became king. The palace didn't grant the titles, the law did. The tension arose because the palace refused to make a grand announcement. When the website was finally updated in March 2023, it was done with clinical efficiency. There were no celebratory posts, no official portraits, and no royal salutes. To Meghan, who thrives on high-volume transparency, this was a digital execution. She wanted a red carpet validation. She received a database update. This contrast highlights the palace's core strategy. Validate the law, ignore the emotion. Perhaps the most visible sign of a lack of institutional warmth toward the Sussex children is the palace's policy regarding public milestones. For decades, the birthdays of royal grandchildren were marked by official social media posts and, occasionally, the ringing of Westminster Abbey bells. For Archie and Lilibet, the palace has maintained a steel wall of silence. Investigation into the royal household's communications policy reveals a new, strict directive. Official birthday markers are now reserved exclusively for working royals and their immediate heirs, the Wales children. Meghan reportedly views this digital silence as a cold act of aggression. To her, if the king's official channels do not acknowledge the children, they are being deroyalized in the public eye. This is the invisibility strategy. The palace does not strip the titles which would cause a legal firestorm, they simply stop mentioning them. Without the oxygen of palace recognition, Archie and Lilibet become American socialites rather than British royals. The disconnect between the two households is most apparent in how the children are presented to the world. The Wales children. Every public appearance, from the balcony of Buckingham Palace to Easter Matins at Windsor, is a carefully choreographed display of tradition and continuity. They are symbols of the British state. The Sussex children. Archie and Lilibet appear in grainy paparazzi shots or highly produced commercial Netflix segments. Meghan has allegedly argued that the palace is gatekeeping her children's heritage. She sees the lack of invitations to major state events as a denial of their birthright. However, the palace's counter-argument is based on geography and duty. The institutional stance is that individuals cannot be symbols of the British state from a mansion in California while their parents are actively disparaging the institution. By March 2026, the strategy of institutional invisibility has reached its peak. The envy war is being won not by words, but by the slow, silent removal of the Sussexes from the royal ledger. The titles remain, but the power has been surgically extracted. The investigation concludes that the slimmed-down monarchy promoted by King Charles III and Prince William has effectively created a hard border. By refusing to allow Archie and Lilibet to dip in and out of royal events, the palace prevents the Sussex brand from becoming a celebrity circus that undermines the dignity of the crown. For the palace, the children are no longer part of the official royal rollout. They are private citizens with historic surnames, nothing more. As we navigate the mid-2020s, we are no longer standing on the brink of a digital revolution. We are submerged in it. This era marks the shift from AI as a tool to AI as a collaborator. This transition signifies a fundamental change in how humanity approaches problem-solving, creativity, and the very fabric of daily labor. The initial fear of displacement is gradually being replaced by a more nuanced understanding of augmentation, where the analytical speed of silicon complements the intuitive depth of the human spirit. The synergy between humans and machines is built on three primary pillars: cognitive offloading, creative expansion, and hyper-personalization. By delegating repetitive, data-heavy tasks to AI, human professionals in fields like medicine and law are reclaiming time for empathy and strategy. A doctor no longer spends hours cross-referencing patient histories. Instead, they focus on their bedside manner and the complex nuances of holistic care. In the arts, AI acts as an infinite mood board. Musicians, designers, and writers use generative models to break through creative blocks, using AI-generated fragments as the raw clay for their refined masterpieces. From education to retail, the ability to tailor experiences to the individual level is unprecedented. AI tutors now adapt to a child's specific learning pace, ensuring no student is left behind due to a standardized curriculum. However, this progress is not without its friction. As AI systems become more integrated into our lives, the black box problem remains a critical concern. If a machine makes a decision, we must understand why. Transparency isn't just a technical requirement, it is a moral imperative. We must ensure that the data sets training these models are free from the historical biases that have plagued society. Furthermore, the concept of digital sovereignty has emerged. As we share more of our cognitive load with AI, who owns the resulting insights? Protecting individual privacy while fostering innovation is the tightrope walk of the decade. We are moving toward a framework of human-in-the-loop systems, ensuring that final accountability always rests with a person, not a line of code. The labor market is undergoing a great reskilling. While some traditional roles are fading, new vocations are surfacing. Prompt engineers, AI ethicists, and human-machine interaction designers. The value of human-centric skills, critical thinking, emotional intelligence, and complex negotiation has never been higher. The economy of the future is not about man versus machine, but man plus machine versus the problems of the world. Technology reflects our collective ambitions, our flaws, and our potential. If we design AI with the intention of enhancing human dignity, the results will be transformative. We are entering an era of augmented humanity, where the limitations of the past language barriers, data silos, and physical exhaustion are systematically dismantled. The true success of this era will not be measured by the complexity of our algorithms, but by the quality of life they enable for the average person. We are writing the final chapters of the first volume of AI history, and the pen is held by both human hands and digital processors. This is far more difficult than it sounds. As systems become more autonomous, they may find shortcuts to fulfill a goal that result in unintended negative consequences. For instance, an AI tasked with eliminating traffic congestion might theoretically conclude that removing all cars from the road is the most efficient solution. The challenge for the next decade is defining human values in a way that a machine can process without losing the nuance of cultural diversity, empathy, and common sense. We are teaching machines not just what to do, but how to be within the context of a fragile human society. Traditional laws are often too slow to keep pace with exponential technological growth. These are not just legal documents. They are guardrails that prevent models from generating harmful content, infringing on intellectual property, or manipulating public opinion. Companies must be held responsible for the actions of their models, much like a manufacturer is responsible for a faulty vehicle. Every citizen should have the legal right to understand why an AI-driven system denied a loan, rejected a job application, or flagged a medical result. Moving away from a world where personal data is mined toward a world where individuals lease their data to AI companies under strict, transparent terms. One of the most profound sections of Part 6 deals with the potential for a post-scarcity economy. If AI can automate the majority of production and logistics, the cost of goods and services could drop to near zero. While this sounds like a utopia, it presents a massive psychological and structural challenge. What is the role of human effort in a world that no longer requires it for survival? Governments are already experimenting with Universal Basic Income, UBI, and Universal Basic Services, UBS. However, the real challenge isn't financial. It's the crisis of meaning. The Royal Collections Preservation Fund has confirmed serious damage to the King George VI Victorian suite. Queen Elizabeth's precious sapphire jewelry collection is valued at $5 billion. The Victoria jewel set of King George VI, also known as the George VI Sapphire Jewel Set, is a collection of sapphire and diamond jewelry dating from around 1850, given by King George VI to his daughter, Princess Elizabeth, as a wedding gift in 1947. The crown is not just a piece of gold, it is a promise of continuity. And that promise has just been broken by the one woman who swore to uphold it. Royal appraisers and auditors, led by senior heritage experts, entered the reinforced security vaults at Buckingham Palace for a scheduled quarterly assessment of the royal legacy assets. This was supposed to be a routine check, a verification of the thousands of diamonds, rubies, and sapphires that belong to the British people and are held in trust by the monarch. But the atmosphere turned ice cold the moment the auditors reached the section dedicated to the late Queen Elizabeth II's most personal effects. One of the most significant pieces in the history of the House of Windsor, the King George VI Victorian Suite, also known as the George VI Sapphire Suite, was not as it should be. To understand the gravity of this discovery, we must understand what this suite represents. This is not merely expensive jewelry. It is a sacred inheritance. Dating back to approximately 1850, these sapphires and diamonds were a wedding gift from King George VI to his daughter, the then Princess Elizabeth, in 1947. For 7 decades, the late queen wore these pieces at the most defining ceremonies of her reign. They were a symbol of her father's love and her own transition from a young princess to a global icon. The suite originally consisted of a long Victorian necklace of oblong sapphires and a pair of matching square sapphire earrings. In 1963, the Queen added a tiara and bracelet to complete the set. According to valuations provided by experts like Stone for Marie Claire, this suite is valued at over $5 million. But its value is truly priceless as a piece of British heritage. Under the strict laws of the Royal Heritage Conservation Act, these items were passed to Queen Camilla following Elizabeth II's death in 2022, with a very specific, legally binding mandate: custodianship, not ownership. Camilla was permitted to wear them for state occasions to honor the late queen, but she was strictly forbidden from altering, modifying, or damaging them in any way. The audit revealed a devastating reality. The square sapphire earrings, the very treasures the late queen cherished as her most precious sentimental gems, had been mutilated. The forensic report confirms that the original settings were forced and modified. Camilla, in a shocking display of disregard for historical integrity, had the priceless heirlooms converted into clip-on earrings. The reason? A trivial, personal convenience. She does not have pierced ears. To fit her own physical needs, she chose to deconstruct a piece of 19th century history that had remained untouched through the reigns of 2 monarchs. The auditor's report described the damage as irreversible without significant restorative intervention, noting that the structural integrity of the Victorian settings had been compromised. But the horror did not stop at the jewelry box. As the audit continued, the discrepancies grew into a full-scale criminal investigation. Several other high-profile items belonging to the late Queen Elizabeth II were missing entirely from their secured containers. The Sapphire Jubilee Brooch, a monumental piece of history worn during the Queen's 65th Jubilee. The double-strand pearl necklace, the very necklace the Queen wore on one of the most somber days in modern memory, the funeral of Princess Diana in 1997. The lockdown journals, perhaps the most sensitive items in the entire palace. 2 handwritten, leather-bound volumes where the late Queen recorded her most intimate thoughts, fears, and private letters to her heirs during the global pandemic. By royal decree, these were to be sealed and remained unopened until the year 2122. The vault had not been breached by an outsider. There were no broken locks, no tripped alarms. The investigation immediately pivoted inward. Security logs showed that the vault doors had been opened in the dead of night by a palace guard who had received direct instructions via an internal palace phone line. When intelligence officers traced that signal, it didn't lead to a basement or a staff wing. The signal originated from the private residential wing of Queen Camilla. Hours later, a staff member cleaning the Queen Consort's private bedroom discovered the Sapphire Jubilee brooch hidden inside a secret false bottom compartment of a jewelry box. This was no longer a case of misplacement. This was a calculated, clandestine removal of state property. The shockwaves have paralyzed the palace. King Charles III, who was at the time hosting a high-level diplomatic delegation from Nigeria, was forced to maintain a mask of composure while the evidence against his wife mounted behind the scenes. He chose to endure the diplomatic engagement in silence, hiding the internal rot to protect the nation's image. But the moment the guests departed, the king's wrath was felt. Tonight, the clean girl aesthetic and the carefully curated image of a supportive queen consort have vanished. In their place is the reality of a woman who viewed the British crown's treasures as her personal toy box and the late queen's secrets as a threat to be neutralized. Stay with us, because this is only the beginning. In Part 2, we will go inside the war room as King Charles III confronts Camilla with the mutilated sapphires and the stolen journals, leading to a fan quiet ruling that has changed the British monarchy forever. The velvet-lined tray. It held the King George VI Victorian suite, but it was no longer the pristine masterpiece that had graced the neck and ears of Queen Elizabeth II for 7 decades. Beside the necklace lay the square sapphire earrings. Under the harsh glare of a jeweler's loupe, the damage was sickeningly apparent. The delicate 19th century metalwork, meticulously crafted in 1850, had been bent, filed, and soldered. In a display of breathtaking vanity, the original screwback and post mechanism, designed for the late Queen's pierced ears, had been hacked away. In its place, crude, Modern clip-on hinges had been attached. This was the mutilation the auditors had reported. To an expert, it was like spray painting over a Da Vinci. To King Charles III, it was a desecration of his father's wedding gift to his mother. The heavy oak doors of the palace war room, a space usually reserved for national emergencies or constitutional crises, swung shut. Present were the 5 pillars of the current monarchy: King Charles III, Prince William, Princess Anne, Prince Edward, and Queen Camilla. The king's face was a mask of controlled, frozen fury. He had just spent the morning smiling for cameras while hosting the Nigerian diplomatic delegation, a feat of endurance that must have been agonizing knowing what lay in his wife's private quarters. "How?" the king asked, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. He didn't point to the jewelry. He didn't need to. How did a piece of the nation's history end up under a false floor in your bedroom, and why was it altered without the consent of the royal goldsmiths? Camilla did not immediately apologize. According to those familiar with the transcript of this confrontation, her initial defense was one of entitlement. She argued that as queen consort, the use and maintenance of the jewelry fell under her discretion. She claimed the modification was a minor adjustment to ensure the heritage could be actively seen and worn rather than sitting in a vault. But the king was prepared. He reminded her of the Royal Heritage Conservation Act. These items are not personal property. They are inalienable assets of the crown. They are held in trust for the people. Under the law, any modification to a grade, one historical artifact, requires a formal proposal, an assessment by the crown jeweler, and the explicit signature of the monarch. Camilla had bypassed all of them. Then, Prince William spoke. His voice was reportedly sharp, cutting through the excuses. He wasn't just concerned about the sapphires. He was looking at the empty space on the tray where the lockdown journals should have been. "The jewelry is a tragedy," William began, "but the journals are a betrayal. Those were my grandmother's final words to us. They were sealed by her own hand. Why were they moved? Why was a guard manipulated in the middle of the night to bypass security?" The evidence was undeniable. The internal phone logs, traced directly to Camilla's private wing, showed a 4 a.m. call to a guard whose family was struggling with medical debt. The caller, using the authority of the Queen Consort's office, had promised financial relief in exchange for discreetly moving certain archives for preservation. It was a classic sting, orchestrated from within the heart of the family. Camilla's composure finally wavered. She admitted to taking the journals, but her justification shifted from entitlement to a darker kind of loyalty. She claimed she had acted out of protection. "I did it for you, Charles," she reportedly claimed. She argued that during the 2020 to 2021 lockdown, Queen Elizabeth II, isolated and grieving the loss of Prince Philip, had fallen into a state of deep melancholy and doubt. Camilla alleged that the journals contained dangerous reflections, doubts about the survival of the monarchy in a modern world, scathing critiques of the family's internal fractures, and perhaps most damagingly, private letters that expressed uncertainty about Charles's own readiness for the throne. Camilla's narrative was that if these journals were opened in 21-22 or leaked today, they would burn the house down. She claimed she intended to curate the legacy, to remove the pages that could cause a constitutional crisis, and protect her husband's reign from the ghost of his mother's private fears. The room fell silent. It was a moment of profound psychological tension. Was she a protective wife? Or was she a gatekeeper of history, attempting to rewrite the truth to suit her own standing? Princess Anne, known for her no-nonsense adherence to protocol, was the one to break the silence. "You don't protect the crown by breaking its laws," she said. "You protect the crown by obeying the sovereign's will." The Queen's will was for those journals to remain untouched. By touching them, you haven't protected the king. You've compromised the very integrity of the throne. The king stood up. The confrontation was over. The investigation had moved from a search for missing items to a judgment of character. The investigative breaking news style of this report must emphasize that this was the moment the marriage died in the eyes of the state. Charles had seen the mutilated sapphires, the physical evidence of a lack of respect for his lineage, and he had heard the confession regarding the journals, the evidence of a lack of respect for the law. The pure content of this betrayal was now laid bare. Camilla hadn't just taken jewels. She had attempted to steal the narrative of the most respected monarch in history. But Charles's response would not be emotional. It would be institutional. He ordered a full forensic audit of every item Camilla had ever touched. He revoked her access to the royal vaults immediately. And most importantly, he began drafting the Sanctions of May, a ruling that would strip her of her public identity. In the next part, we will detail the specific, crushing consequences of the king's ruling, from the permanent loss of her titles to the indefinite exile to Ray Mill House. The world thought they knew the story of Charles and Camilla, but they didn't know it ended like this. The silence that followed the war room confrontation was not a peaceful one. It was the heavy, suffocating stillness that precedes a structural collapse. King Charles III, a man who had waited 70 years to wear the crown, stood before the woman he had spent a lifetime defending. But on this Tuesday afternoon in May 2025, the husband had vanished. Only the monarch remained. The king did not reach for anger. He reached for the law. Holding a formal red folder containing the Royal Heritage Conservation Act and the statutes of the sovereign, he delivered a ruling so swift and so absolute that it effectively erased Queen Camilla from the functional hierarchy of the British state. The crown survives through service and trust, the king stated, his voice devoid of the warmth that once defined their partnership. When that trust is broken within these walls, when the very history of this nation is mutilated for personal convenience, the strength of the monarchy is placed at risk. No individual, regardless of their title, stands above the preservation of our heritage. The Sanctions of May were then read aloud, a list of consequences that functioned as a modern-day internal abdication. First, the immediate stripping of military and ceremonial titles. Effective immediately, Camilla was removed from her role as Colonel of the Grenadier Guards and stripped of all honorary military appointments. These were not merely decorative labels, they were the links between the Queen Consort and the armed forces. By severing them, Charles signaled that she was no longer fit to represent the courage or the discipline of the British military. Second, the suspension of public duties. Every engagement on the Queen Consort's calendar was scrubbed. The Royal Circular, the official record of the monarchy's work, would no longer feature her name. Her patronage's hundreds of charities that had once looked to her for leadership were informed via formal letters that their royal associations were under immediate review. Third, the seizure of the heritage assets. The king ordered the immediate and permanent repossession of all jewelry currently held by Camilla under the guise of the royal collection. The King George VI Victorian suite, despite its damage, was taken back into the custody of the crown jewelers. A new, unprecedented decree was established. Camilla is henceforth banned from borrowing, wearing, or even accessing any item from the late Queen Elizabeth II's personal or state collection. The sapphire betrayal had ensured that she would never again drape herself in the history she had failed to respect. Fourth, the decree of exile. Perhaps the most crushing blow was the order of residence. Camilla was commanded to depart Buckingham Palace by dawn. She was moved to Ray Mill House, her private residence in Wiltshire. This was not a holiday. It was a confinement of reflection. Palace officials described her status with a single chilling word: indefinite. As the king spoke, the weight of the lockdown journals hung over the room. Charles confirmed that the journals, the most sensitive artifacts of the 21st century, had been recovered from Camilla's hidden compartment. To ensure their absolute safety, he implemented a dual-key digital protocol. The access codes to the reinforced vault containing the Queen's private thoughts were changed. Only 2 people in the world now hold the keys: King Charles III and Thunvung William. By including William in this security chain, Charles made a profound statement. He no longer trusted his wife with the future of the monarchy, but he trusted his heir. The journals were resealed, their secrets protected until 2122, exactly as Elizabeth II had intended. The king had made his choice. He had chosen the integrity of the crown over the comfort of his marriage. He had chosen the law over the clean girl aesthetic of a modern queen. As Camilla was escorted from the room, the reality set in. She had entered the palace through a lifetime of struggle, but she was leaving it through a side door, under the shadow of a sapphire blue scandal. In the history of the British monarchy, there is a concept known as the Great Mask, the ability of the sovereign to project absolute stability to the world, while the foundations of their private life are crumbling. On the morning of Wednesday, the 14th of May 2025, King Charles III gave the world a masterclass in this agonizing art. While the Sanctions of May were being drafted in a nearby office, and while Queen Camilla was being quietly moved to her private Wiltshire residence, the king stood in the grand reception room, greeting a high-level diplomatic delegation from Nigeria. This was not a mere social call. It was a critical mission for the Commonwealth, involving trade agreements and security protocols. For 4 grueling hours, King Charles shook hands, discussed geopolitical strategy, and shared tea with international dignitaries. Not a single muscle in his face betrayed the fact that 12 hours earlier, he had discovered a $5 million heritage suite mutilated in his wife's bedroom. He did not let a hint of the sapphire betrayal leak into his tone as he spoke of enduring partnerships. This stoicism was not just for the cameras. It was a tactical maneuver. Charles knew that if the scandal broke while a foreign delegation was on the premises, it would transform a domestic crisis into a global embarrassment. He chose to protect the dignity of the United Kingdom over the immediate release of his own personal grief. Behind the scenes, however, the investigative breaking news machinery was already in motion. The first sign that the monarchy had shifted on its axis came at exactly 2 p.m., shortly after the Nigerian delegation departed. The court circular, the official diary of the royal family, was updated. Usually, this is a mundane list of ribbon cuttings and meetings. But on this afternoon, it contained a glaring, thunderous omission. Queen Camilla's name had been erased. Every scheduled engagement for the following 6 months was marked as canceled or reassigned. The charities and patronages, the very lifeblood of a queen consort's public existence, received urgent, confidential cables. These letters, signed by the king's private secretary, informed them that their royal association was under indefinite suspension due to internal administrative restructuring. The public shock began as a ripple on social media. "Where is Camilla?" became a trending question across the UK. By evening, the ripple turned into a tsunami. Royal watchers noted that the royal standard, the flag indicating the monarch's presence, was flying at half-mast over certain private quarters. Then came the audit disclosure. In a move of calculated transparency, the palace released a brief, clinical statement regarding the King George VI Victorian suite. They did not mention Camilla by name, but they confirmed that a significant heritage asset had suffered unauthorized structural modification and had been returned to the crown jewelers for urgent restoration. To the public, it sounded like a technicality. To those who knew the pure content of the betrayal, it was a public shaming of the highest order. The world was witnessing the vanishing of a queen. There were no grand announcements, no dramatic press conferences. Instead, there was a surgical removal. The clean girl aesthetic that Camilla had cultivated, the image of a refined, respectful successor to the late queen, was being dismantled piece by piece. In her place stood the cold reality of the sanctions of May. By sunset, the gates of Ray Mill House in Wiltshire were locked. Security was tightened, but not to keep intruders out, it was to keep the disgraced consort in. The king had successfully navigated the Nigerian delegation, but as he retreated to his private chapel that night, the mask finally slipped. The monarchy was safe, but the marriage was a ruin. The Windsor Evidence Desk, Investigative Report, The Sapphire Betrayal. Part 5. The Goldsmith's Verdict, the Irreversible Damage, and the Iron Decree. The technical heart of this crisis lies within the sterile, high-security laboratories of the crowned goldsmiths, the master artisans who have served the British monarchy for generations. While the public debated the political fallout of Queen Camilla's sudden disappearance from royal life, a team of the world's most elite gemologists and metallurgical historians sat hunched over a microscope at an undisclosed location. Their task was somber: to assess the physical wreckage of the King George VI Victorian suite. The Goldsmiths' report, leaked to investigative sources within the palace, is a document of profound professional heartbreak. It details a catastrophic loss of historical integrity regarding the 1,850 sapphire earrings. These were not merely adjusted, they were structurally violated. To understand the gravity, one must understand that Victorian jewelry of this caliber uses a specific, delicate alloy and a pin and screw tension system that is nearly impossible to replicate with modern tools without leaving scar tissue on the metal. Camilla's instruction to convert these into clip-on earrings was carried out with a brutal efficiency that ignored the antiquity of the pieces. The report notes that the original 19th century posts were severed using high-heat industrial cutting tools, causing microscopic thermal fractures in the surrounding diamond pave. Furthermore, the modern clip mechanisms were soldered on using a low-grade gold alloy that has contaminated the original Victorian gold. The verdict was clear. The $5 million suite has been permanently devalued. While the sapphires themselves remain intact, the George VI Victorian suite as an untouched historical artifact of 1,000 850 no longer exists. It is now a modified piece, a term that, in the world of high-stakes heritage, is a mark of shame. The king's reaction to this report was the final nail in the coffin of Camilla's royal status. It was no longer just about a secret compartment or a midnight phone call. It was about the physical destruction of his mother's most cherished wedding gift. A gift from a father to a daughter that had survived 70 years of world-changing history, only to be ruined for a woman's personal comfort in 2025. In response, King Charles III did not merely punish his wife. He rewrote the very laws of the British monarchy. On Friday evening, the palace issued the Sovereign Heritage Protection Act of 2025. This is a new, ironclad regulation that applies to every member of the royal family, from the king himself down to the most junior royal. The key mandates of the new law: mandatory quarterly audits. Every 3 months, a team of independent heritage experts, not palace staff, but outside professionals, will conduct a physical touch and trace audit of every item in the royal collection currently on loan to a family member. The anti-modification clause: absolutely no jewelry, furniture, or historical artifact classified as a legacy asset can be cleaned, repaired, or altered by anyone other than the officially appointed crown jewelers. Any member who authorizes an outside adjustment faces immediate seizure of the asset and a suspension of royal funding. The Camilla precedent on ownership: the law clarifies once and for all that no spouse of a monarch, consort, or otherwise has any legal claim or verbal inheritance right to the late Queen's personal effects. They are state-owned memories, held in trust for the British people. This law is a direct, public rebuke of Camilla's defense that the sapphires were promised to her. Charles has effectively told the world that a queen consort's word means nothing compared to the written law of the land. To enforce this, the king has appointed a new board of heritage custodians, led by master jewelers who have been with the family for decades, people whose loyalty is to the gems, not the personalities wearing them. But the most striking detail of the new decree is the blacklist. In a move that has sent shockwaves through the aristocracy, the king has formally and permanently blacklisted Camilla from ever being issued a heritage asset again. She has been stripped of the right to wear the George VI suite, the sapphire Jubilee brooch, and even the Diana pearl necklace. She is the first queen in British history to be legally banned from the royal vault. As the master goldsmiths begin the agonizing process of trying to undo the clip-on modification, a process that may take years and may never truly restore the earrings to their 1,850 glory, the king has turned his focus back to the lockdown journals. If the jewelry represented the physical destruction of the past, the journals represented the psychological threat to the future. With the new laws in place, Charles is now ready to deal with the pure content of what his mother wrote during those lonely months of isolation. The sapphire betrayal does not end with a public trial or a televised confession. It ends in a place where sound is swallowed by reinforced steel, and where time is measured not in days, but in centuries. Deep beneath the stone foundations of Buckingham Palace lies the new Heritage Vault, a bunker redefined by the events of May 2025. It is here that the physical remnants of a broken trust have been laid to rest, and where the most dangerous documents of the modern era now sit in absolute darkness. Following the sanctions of May and the goldsmith's verdict, King Charles III took a step that signaled the end of an era of internal palace autonomy. He implemented the Sovereign Security Dual Key Protocol. This is not a mere bureaucratic change. It is a constitutional fortress. The access codes to the vault containing the lockdown journals and the damaged King George VI Victorian suite have been split. One half is held by the reigning king. The other half is held exclusively by the heir apparent, Prince William. This father and son blockade ensures that no single individual, not a spouse, not a private secretary, not a rogue guard, can ever again bypass the sanctity of the royal archives. By including William in this chain of custody, Charles has effectively bypassed the present to secure the future. He has sent a clear message. The secrets of Queen Elizabeth II do not belong to the king's wife. They belong to the king's lineage. But the question that keeps the investigative breaking news world spinning is the pure content of what lies within those two leather-bound volumes. Why was Camilla so terrified of these journals that she orchestrated a midnight theft? Why was she willing to risk a $5 million heritage suite and her own crown to ensure these pages never saw the light of day? Palace insiders, speaking under the strictest conditions of anonymity, suggests that the journals contain more than just doubts about succession. They suggest the late Queen used the isolation of the 2020 to 2021 lockdown to conduct a moral audit of her own family. She reportedly wrote with a searing, unfiltered honesty that she could never display in public. Rumors swirl that the journals contain the Shadow Regency proposal, a private reflection on whether the crown should have skipped a generation to ensure the monarchy's survival in a Republican-leaning century. The Sussex Files, a detailed personal account of the internal negotiations regarding Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, written from the perspective of a grandmother who felt institutionally betrayed but personally heartbroken. The Camilla Critique. Most tellingly, it is whispered that the Queen recorded her true, unvarnished feelings about the transition of the consort title words that Camilla may have found so damaging to her legitimacy that she viewed their existence as a ticking time bomb. Whether these rumors are true is a question that will stay unanswered for 96 years. Under the new ironclad decree, the journals were resealed on the 20th of May 2025. They are not to be opened, scanned, or transcribed until the year 2122. The people who will eventually read them are not yet born. They will be a generation with no memory of the Sapphire betrayal, no personal connection to the woman who tried to hide them, and no bias toward the man who chose to save them. As for Queen Camilla, the silence from Ray Milhouse is total. Her removal from the public eye was so swift that it felt like a surgical extraction. One day she was the clean girl icon of the mature monarchy, draped in sapphires. The next, she was a woman whose name had been scrubbed from the court circular. Her military titles have been reassigned to Princess Anne and the Princess of Wales. Her charities have moved on. In the eyes of the British state, she has become a ghost consort, a figure who holds a title in name, but has been stripped of the power to ever represent the crown again. The investigative breaking news of 2025 has taught the world a hard truth about King Charles III. Many thought he would be a sentimental king, a man led by his heart. Instead, he has proven to be a sovereign of principle. By choosing to exile his wife and seal the vaults, he has placed the institution over the individual. He has protected the $5 million George VI suite from further mutilation and the late Queen's journals from further desecration. The sapphire jubilee brooch, found in that secret compartment, has been returned to its velvet display. The pearl necklace from Diana's funeral has been recatalogued. And the King George VI earrings, now bearing the invisible scars of Camilla's modification, stand as a permanent, private reminder to the king of the cost of misplaced trust. As the sun sets over Buckingham Palace, the gates remain closed. The guards stand at attention, their protocols tighter than ever. The pure content of the Windsor secrets is safe once more, held behind steel doors and dual key codes. We may not know what Queen Elizabeth II wrote in those long, lonely nights of the lockdown, but we know one thing for certain. King Charles III will not allow her voice to be silenced by anyone, not even the woman he once called his queen. The sapphire betrayal is over, but the legacy of the journals has only just begun. We will keep watching, for the story of the British monarchy is a story of 100 years, and in the halls of Windsor, the truth always waits for its time.
I have to be careful what I say, but that I won't be able to show, my children my homeland.
Today, a specific request from Montedo's legal team has sparked a heated constitutional debate. The heart of this storm wasn't a trade deal or a military alliance, but simply a 4-page application to renew 2 British passports. The names on the documents were Archie Harrison Mountbatten Windsor and Lilibet Diana Mountbatten Windsor. This request was reportedly overseen personally by Meghan Markle's lawyers, with the firm support of Prince Harry. At the center of this constitutional wildfire is not a piece of legislation, but a seemingly simple administrative request that carries the weight of the monarchy's future: the renewal of 2 British passports. However, these are no ordinary travel documents. They belong to Archie Harrison Mountbatten Windsor and Lilibet Diana Mountbatten Windsor. Under the direct supervision of Meghan Markle's high-powered attorneys and backed by a resolute yet increasingly anxious Prince Harry, a formal demand was delivered to the HM Passport Office and the Privy Council earlier this week. The demand contains a clause that has sent shockwaves through the royal establishment: the immediate inclusion of the HRH, Her Royal Highness, prefix on the children's official travel documents. With a high-profile private tour of Australia scheduled for April, Meghan's legal team has issued a stinging ultimatum. They have demanded that Princess Anne, who currently oversees the formal recognition of titles and royal administrative protocols, along with the Royal Council, to resolve this administrative discrepancy no later than March 29. The Sussexes' legal representatives have gone as far as to threaten the palace with accusations of institutional obstruction and deliberate harassment, claiming that by withholding the HRH designation, the Crown is actively endangering the safety of the King's grandchildren. The Sussexes' logic is as strategic as it is poignant. They argue that the HRH status is a birthright shield. By securing these three letters now, they claim they are preserving their children's ability to choose their own path upon reaching adulthood, allowing them the option to step into state duties or navigate the world as internationally protected persons. The response from Buckingham Palace, coordinated under the increasingly iron-fisted leadership of King Charles III and Prince William, was swift, clinical, and delivered through the formidable voice of Princess Anne. Representing the Crown and the Royal Council, the Princess Royal has reportedly stripped bare Meghan's motivations, exposing what the palace views as a calculated trap. Princess Anne has highlighted the stark reality of what HRH status would actually mean for the Sussexes' upcoming April trip to Australia. If the children were to enter Australian soil under a royal prefix, they would trigger a cascade of state-funded luxuries and protections. RAVEC-level security. Mandatory 24/7 armed protection provided by the Australian Federal Police, funded by taxpayers. Diplomatic immunity and priority. Use of the royal gap at airports, bypassing standard customs and immigration queues. State logistics. The provision of official motorcades and secure government-sanctioned accommodation. Anne's critique turns a sharp lens on the Sussexes' healing meditation retreat program in Australia. While the Sussexes frame this as a philanthropic endeavor, the palace has pointed to the staggering VVIP ticket prices, luxury suite requirements, and commercial nature of the event. Royal service is a selfless sacrifice, not a commercial commodity, a palace source close to Anne whispered. To demand the perks of a sovereign's representative for a paid entry tour is not only a breach of protocol, it is a betrayal of the Crown's integrity. The palace has also addressed Meghan's claims of inconsistency. While the Sussexes point to the 2021 alteration of Archie's birth certificate, where Rachel Meghan was replaced with Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Sussex, as proof that the palace once insisted on the title, Anne has flipped the narrative. The palace clarified that those changes were for historical record consistency, not a grant of commercial privilege. The mantra of the post-Megxit era was repeated with devastating finality. No longer working royals, no longer HRH. While the palace updated its website in March 2023 to recognize the children as Prince and Princess, following the 1,917 letters patent, they have drawn an impenetrable line at the HRH prefix. As the March 29 deadline looms, reports from Montecito suggest a deepening rift within the Sussex household itself. While Meghan remains the vocal commander-in-chief of this legal offensive, Prince Harry is said to be paralyzed by a visceral fear. Harry finds himself caught in a psychological pincer movement. On one side is his documented trauma regarding the lack of security for his late mother, Princess Diana. On the other is the agonizing reality of facing his father and brother in a legal arena. Insiders suggest that while Meghan views the HRH title as an essential component of the children's global brand, Harry is simply desperate for safety. Yet he is beginning to realize that his wife's aggressive tactics are making a security truce with William impossible. In a move of tactical brilliance, Princess Anne has publicly praised the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh, Prince Edward and Sophie. Their children, despite having a claim to titles, were raised to be self-reliant, hardworking, and independent of the HRH umbrella. The Edinburgh model teaches the next generation to earn their place through service and humility. The Sussex model, accused by the palace of teaching the next generation to lean on a crown they have effectively abandoned for the sake of digital influence and status. As of today, the 27th of March 2026, the palace's stance is one of armed neutrality. King Charles and Prince William have signaled that they will not be bullied by threats of obstruction or PR campaigns. The HRH status remains a gift of the sovereign, reserved exclusively for those who represent the monarchy in an official, state-sanctioned capacity. The gates are not just closed, they are being deadbolted by a system that values the survival of the institution over the commercial ambitions of its exiled members. Will the palace blink before March 29? All signs point to a resounding no. Archie and Lilibet are, for the first time, facing the harsh truth of their parents' choices. They are princes and princesses of a realm that has, for all intents and purposes, turned its back on them. As the sun rises over the manicured estates of Santa Barbara, the atmosphere inside the Sussex residence is reportedly one of calculated defiance. While Part 1 of this report detailed the legal HRH ultimatum delivered to the palace, Part 2 explores the true motivation behind the April Australian tour and the commercial empire Meghan Markle is constructing an empire that thrives on the very royal prestige she claims to despise. By late March 2026, Meghan's lifestyle brand, As Ever, the evolved successor to American Riviera Orchard, has fully transitioned from a digital teaser to a multi-million-dollar operation. However, the brand's survival hinges on a singular aesthetic: exiled royalty. To maintain the premium price points of her luxury organic jams, artisanal homeware, and meditation kits, Meghan requires the HRH prefix to appear on her children's profiles. Critics argue that without these three letters, Archie and Lilibet are simply celebrity children in a saturated market. With them, they are the disinherited heirs of a 1,000-year-old throne, a narrative that sells spectacularly well to a global audience. The upcoming April tour of Australia has become the primary flashpoint for Princess Anne's recent counterattack. Marketed as a private healing and meditation retreat, the event has raised eyebrows at Buckingham Palace for several reasons. The ticket scandal, VVIP passes, are rumored to cost upwards of $5,000, offering intimate access to a mindfulness session led by the Duchess herself. The Royal Guarantee. Marketing materials subtly imply that the event is a Sussex royal engagement, leading to confusion among Australian officials regarding the level of state hospitality required. The organizational chaos. Reports have surfaced regarding diva-like demands for the retreat's venue, including 5-star suite buyouts for the Sussex entourage, all while the couple attempts to leverage their royal status to secure government discounts. Princess Anne has been scathing in her assessment, labeling the tour a commercial circus. She has pointed out that authentic royal tours are funded by the sovereign grant and the host nation precisely because they are free to the public and aimed at diplomacy. By charging for entry, Meghan has, in the palace's eyes, vulgarized the crown. The HRH passport, the key to the global VVIP lane. Why the obsession with the passport update before April? The answer lies in the special category Visa and International Protected Person IPP status. If Archie and Lilibet travel with HRH on their passports, they are legally classified as state assets. This forces the Australian government to grant diplomatic clearance, ensuring they never stand in a queue or face a suitcase search. Provide high-level security. The Australian Federal Police, AFP, would be obligated to provide a motorcade, snipers, and perimeter sweeps, a service that would otherwise cost the Sussexes hundreds of thousands of dollars out of pocket. In her most recent briefing to the Royal Council, Princess Anne drew a sharp, public distinction between the Sussexes and the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh. The children of Prince Edward were raised with the understanding that a title is a weight of duty, not a golden ticket to a private jet, Anne reportedly stated. The palace is using the Edinburgh model as a psychological weapon. While Meghan is seen as grooming Archie and Lilibet for a life of royal-themed influencing, the Edinburgh children, Louise and James, are celebrated for their institutional invisibility, choosing to work regular jobs and support the king without demanding taxpayer-funded security. This contrast has turned the British public further against the Montecito demands. Meghan's legal team continues to cite the 2021 birth certificate alteration as a palace-directed precedent. However, King Charles III and Prince William have countered that the 2021 move was a matter of historical preservation, not commercial authorization. In 2026, the Crown's position is clear. Just because you were once required to use a title for a record, it does not mean you are entitled to use that title to sell wellness retreats 5 years later. As of March 27, the passport war has reached a stalemate. The palace has effectively told Meghan, go to Australia as private citizens, pay for your own bodyguards, and sell your jam as Meghan Markle. But do not expect the king to sign off on a royal endorsement for a commercial meditation tour. The Shadow Court of Montecito is finding that while they can build a throne out of Hollywood PR, they cannot force the actual crown to provide the guards. The Great Severing is no longer a threat, it is a reality. As the 8-hour countdown to the March 29 passport ultimatum begins, the atmosphere within the British establishment has shifted from mere annoyance to a cold, legislative finality. While Meghan Markle's legal team continues to threaten obstruction lawsuits over the HRH prefix, a much larger and more devastating engine has been set in motion behind the scenes at Westminster and Buckingham Palace. This is the final chapter of what historians are calling the Great Severing, the moment the Sussex bloodline is officially decoupled from the British state. The most explosive development as of today, March 27, is the accelerated drafting of the Succession Amendment Bill 2026. While the public catalyst for this bill was the final criminal fallout surrounding Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly Prince Andrew, and his February 2026 arrest, the legislation contains a poison pill specifically designed for the Montecito exiles. Under the guidance of Prime Minister Keir Starmer and in unprecedented coordination with Commonwealth realms like Australia and Canada, the bill introduces a revolutionary criterion for remaining in the line of succession: the active service requirement. The rule: to maintain a place in the line of succession, an heir must be domiciled within the United Kingdom or its territories and be an actively engaged member of the royal family, a working royal, or their direct minor heir. The impact: for Archie Harrison, 6th in line, and Lilibet Diana, 7th in line, this is a legislative guillotine. By being raised as private citizens in a foreign republic, the USA, and participating in commercial ventures like the As Ever brand, they would be legally redefined as inactive heirs. Princess Anne, acting as the chief strategist for the Royal Council, has reportedly used the upcoming April Australian healing retreat as Exhibit A in the argument for this law. In a closed-door session with the Privy Council, Anne argued that the Sussexes are attempting to create a shadow court using royal titles to sell private services. One cannot be a prince of the realm on Monday to sell a $5,000 meditation ticket and a victim of the crown on Tuesday to demand taxpayer security, a source close to the Princess Royal noted. By insisting on the HRH status for their children specifically for this Australian trip, Meghan and Harry have inadvertently provided the British government with the perfect justification to remove them from the succession. The argument is simple: if they are using their titles for private profit, they are no longer assets of the state and therefore cannot hold a place in the line to the throne. On the 23rd of March 2026, just 4 days ago, the Executive Committee for the Protection of Royalty and Public Figures, RAVEC, delivered its most crushing blow to Prince Harry. The committee ruled that since the Sussexes' HRH styles are in abeyance, non-active, those styles cannot be passed to their children for official travel documents. Without the HRH prefix on their passports, Archie and Lilibet are categorized as high-profile private citizens. This means zero automatic funding. No British or Australian taxpayer money will be allocated for their 24/7 armed protection. Private liability: any security failures or costs during the April tour fall entirely on the Sussexes' private bank accounts. The end of diplomatic immunity: in the eyes of international law, they will travel as American resident civilians, subject to standard searches and legal jurisdictions. To highlight Meghan's illusions of grandeur, Princess Anne has spent the last week publicly gaining the Edinburgh family. She has pointed out that Lady Louise and James, Earl of Wessex, despite being grandchildren of the late Queen, have navigated life without the HRH shield. They have sought education and employment without demanding the state provide them with an armored bubble. Anne's message to Meghan is clear: true royalty is defined by what you give to the country, not what you demand the country gives to your passport. As of this morning, March 27, the internal friction in Montecito has reportedly reached a pressure cooker level. Prince Harry is said to be reeling from the realization that his children may be the first direct descendants of a sovereign to be legislated out of the succession in modern history. He is paralyzed by the visceral fear of his children being princes of nowhere targets for public scrutiny, but lacking the institutional armor to survive it. Meghan, however, is reportedly doubling down. To her, the HRH status isn't about safety, it's about the longevity of the Sussex brand. She views the palace's refusal as a systemic exclusion designed to erase her children's legacy. She has reportedly told her legal team to prepare a scorched earth PR campaign if the March 29 deadline is not met. The passport war is no longer about 3 letters on a document. It is a litmus test for the future of the monarchy. King Charles III and Prince William have made their choice. They value the survival of a slimmed-down monarchy over the sentiments of its exiled members. As we look toward the April tour, the truth is final. Archie and Lilibet will travel as children of a celebrity couple, not as representatives of the king. The gates of Buckingham Palace haven't just closed. They have been deadbolted by a future king, William, who sees no room for a shadow court in California. The HRH dream is dead, and the great severing is complete. The tactical battle between the House of Windsor and the House of Sussex has moved into the realm of global commerce. While Meghan Markle's legal team fights for the HRH prefix on her children's passports, Prince William and Princess Catherine have quietly launched a counteroffensive that effectively neutralizes the Sussex's commercial power. In what insiders call the Royal Seal War, the Prince of Wales has transformed the very meaning of a royal endorsement. As of this week, King Charles III has officially delegated one of the monarchy's most potent economic tools to his heir, the authority to grant royal warrants. This historic shift allows William and Catherine to personally endorse and stamp businesses with the royal arms. In the high-stakes world of international branding, this is a strategic missile aimed directly at Meghan's as-ever lifestyle venture. While Meghan attempts to use her Duchess title and her children's princess status to market luxury jams and wellness kits in California, William is now the literal gatekeeper of authentic royal quality. The contrast is devastating. The Kensington Standard. A royal warrant granted by William is a state-sanctioned mark of excellence, backed by centuries of tradition and the current British government. The Montecito Standard, an as-ever product, is increasingly viewed by international retailers as a celebrity-themed curiosity that lacks the official recognition of the crown. Compounding the pressure on the Sussexes is the official separation of as-ever from Netflix. In a statement released earlier this month, the streaming giant confirmed it would no longer be involved in Meghan's lifestyle line, leaving the Duchess to fund and manage the venture independently. This Netflix divorce has made the HRH passport status a non-negotiable survival tactic for Meghan. Without the HRH to bolster the children's global standing, the brand risks being seen as just another Hollywood influencer project in an oversaturated market. The most visible clash of this optics war occurred today, March 27, on the official royal website. While Prince Archie and Princess Lilibet remain listed as 6th and 7th in the line of succession, their profiles are strikingly institutionalized. There are no personal details, no recent photographs, and crucially, no mention of the HRH style. To the public, they are ghost heirs. In contrast, the palace has ramped up visibility for Prince George, Charlotte, and Louis, showcasing them as the active future of the monarchy. This institutional invisibility is what Meghan's lawyers are fighting to reverse. They argue that by withholding the HRH on travel documents, the palace is effectively de-royalizing the children before they even reach the age of 10. Princess Anne has reportedly briefed the king that the March 29 deadline must be met with a firm no. Her logic is grounded in the new active duty doctrine. Turk Hio titles are not merit badges for social media. They are tools of service. Anne has pointed to the upcoming garden party season, which begins on May 6, coincidentally Archie's 7th birthday. While the Sussexes will likely release a stylized private photo of Archie to mark the day, the king will be hosting thousands of citizens at Buckingham Palace, celebrating the service of the state. This scheduling is no accident. It is a clear message that the monarchy's calendar belongs to those who work, not those who merely watch from across the Atlantic. As we approach the weekend, the passport war has become a litmus test for the king's vision of a slimmed-down monarchy. If Charles yields to the HRH demand, he risks undermining the very principles of his reign. If he holds firm, he faces a potential legal suit from his own daughter-in-law. But for Prince William, the choice is already made. To him, the shadow court of Montecito is a risk to the crown's longevity. By tightening the rules on royal warrants and succession, he is ensuring that when he eventually takes the throne, there will be no half-in, half-out model, only a dedicated, focused institution. As the Australian morning light hits the Sydney Opera House, the local mood regarding the impending arrival of the Duke and Duchess of Sussex has shifted from curiosity to a full-blown constitutional debate. While the passport war rages in the courtrooms of London, Its real-world consequences are manifesting thousands of miles away in the Commonwealth. The April Healing Retreat Tour is no longer just a business trip. It is a litmus test for whether a royal title holds any value when the crown itself has pulled the plug. The most striking development as of March 27 is the official silence of the states. Both the Australian Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet and the Department of Home Affairs have issued rare, synchronized statements distancing themselves from the Sussexes. The upcoming visit of the Duke and Duchess of Sussex is a private, commercial venture. The Australian government has no involvement in the logistics, funding, or official hosting of this trip, the statement read. This is a devastating blow to Meghan's HRH strategy. By traveling as private citizens without the sovereign's backing, the Sussexes are being denied the traditional state welcome. There will be no official greeting at the tarmac, no meetings with the Governor-General, and most crucially, no taxpayer-funded security motorcades. A massive glitch in the as-ever digital infrastructure on March 25 reportedly leaked internal projections valuing Meghan's brand at $36 million. However, the leak also revealed a high-risk internal memo. The valuation is contingent on the royal aura of the children. Princess Anne has seized on this leak to justify her no-negotiating stance. She argues that the Sussexes are effectively asking the British and Australian governments to subsidize their $36 million private empire by providing state-funded security. It is a bold strategy, one palace insider noted, to ask the public to pay for the guards who protect a private commercial retreat that charges the same public $3,000 a ticket. The news from London today suggests that the Succession Amendment Bill 2026 is moving at pace. While the primary target is the disgraced Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the inclusion of the active service and domicile clause has created a permanent barrier for Archie and Lilibet. If the bill passes, and with Prime Minister Keir Starmer's government indicating action is necessary, Archie and Lilibet will be legally defined as ghost heirs. They will retain their names in the history books, but their place in the functional line of succession will be suspended as long as they remain non-working royals residing outside the UK. To the British public, they are becoming American socialites with foreign titles, a status that Princess Anne argues is the natural consequence of Harry and Meghan's half-in, half-out gamble. The Australian public has not remained silent. As of today, a Change.org petition titled "No Taxpayer Funding or Official Support for Harry and Meghan's Private Visit" has surpassed 36,000 signatures. The hostility in the comments sections of major Australian newspapers reached such a fever pitch this week that moderators were forced to shut them down entirely, a move almost never seen for royal news. The Sussex camp has attempted to pivot, slamming the petition as misinformation and insisting the trip is privately funded. However, the damage is done. The warm welcome the couple received in 2018 has been replaced by a clinical scrutiny. As the March 29 deadline for the passport renewal approaches, the palace remains an iron core. The deadbolt is turned. King Charles III and Prince William have made it clear. If you choose the path of an American entrepreneur, you walk that path without the crown's shield. Archie and Lilibet, now aged 7 and 4, are the unintended victims of this great severing. They are growing up in a world where their titles are viewed as commercial assets by their parents and constitutional liabilities by their grandfather. As they prepare for the April tour, they will do so not as the future of the British monarchy, but as the foundational pillars of a California brand that is increasingly at war with its own origin. Effectively marking the end of the business week before the fateful March 29 deadline, the passport war has transitioned from a legal skirmish into a historical finality. The high-stakes gamble by Meghan Markle's legal team intended to force the crown's hand through threats of obstruction and safety negligence has hit a wall of absolute constitutional silence. The most significant development as of this evening is a leaked internal memo from the Home Office, reportedly authored in consultation with Princess Anne. The memo provides the legal bedrock for the palace's refusal: the functional title doctrine. The Crown's argument is simple. A passport is a state document issued by the government. To include HRH, Her Royal Highness, on such a document, the individual must be an active representative of that state. Since Archie and Lilibet do not perform state duties, the government cannot legally certify them as Royal Highnesses for international travel. This is not harassment, as Meghan's lawyers claim. It is a strict adherence to the UK Passports Act. As news of the $5,000 VVIP tickets for the Sussexes' April Australian healing retreat went viral today, The British and Australian press have been merciless. Critics argue that the Sussexes are attempting to rent out the prestige of the monarchy to the highest bidder. Princess Anne has pointedly vined the Edinburgh family once more, noting that Lady Louise, now working a regular corporate job in London, traveled to Australia last year as a private citizen, waited in the standard immigration queue, and paid for her own commercial flight. The contrast has painted the Sussexes' demands for motorcades and HRH status as not only entitled but delusional. With the Succession Amendment Bill 2026 expected to receive its first reading in Parliament next week, the reality for Archie and Lilibet has become stark. They are no longer the future of the monarchy. They are the exiled line. By choosing a life of commercial meditation tours over the silent service of the crown, Harry and Meghan have inadvertently provided the legal precedent to remove their children from the line of succession. Insiders report that Prince Harry is broken by the realization that his children will enter Australia in April as celebrity guests rather than royal princes. His trauma regarding security is real, but his brother, Prince William, remains unmoved. William's stance is that if Harry wanted the shield of the crown, he should have stayed within the iron core of the UK. Meghan, meanwhile, is reportedly pivoting. If she cannot have the HRH on the passport, she will use the rejection as a marketing tool for her as-ever brand, painting herself and her children as modern rebels against an outdated system. However, in the world of global diplomacy, a rebel does not get a state motorcade. As of March 27, the passport war is effectively over. The crown hasn't just won, it has redefined the rules of the game. Archie and Lilibet will grow up as American citizens with British titles that carry no weight in the halls of power. They are the first ghost heirs of the digital age royals by blood, but civilians by law. The gates of Buckingham Palace are locked. The keys are with William. And for the Sussexes, the healing in Australia will have to happen without the HRH they so desperately craved. London insiders are calling this Prince William's Iron Wall, a calculated strategy of ignoring the Sussexes to make them invisible on the world map. $59 million. That's the amount King Charles just flatly refused to pay Harry. The treasury door is closed, and the crown isn't for those who treat loyalty as a commodity. The Sussexes' downfall when Meghan Markle pushed the CEO of Centibale aside to monopolize the polo trophy wasn't just a communication blunder, was the last straw. In London, Prince William reportedly shook his head in dismay at his sister-in-law's desperate attempt to cling to the spotlight. A silent reaction, but enough to confirm. The royal family has officially declared Meghan a toxic stranger. Are the British royal family and Hollywood moguls conspiring to isolate Meghan? Jeremy Zimmer called her incompetent at the same time that the palace was cutting off all communication. Welcome to Windsor Snap. At the heart of it all was Meghan Markle, the Duchess of Sussex, in an elegant, off-the-shoulder white dress. Sophie Chandauka, the powerful chair of the Centibale charity and a key figure in the organization, stepped forward to present the trophy to Harry. In a baffling moment, Meghan moved, pushing Chandauka aside to ensure she held the trophy herself in front of the cameras. The footage was truly shocking. It wasn't just a rule-breaking act. It was a clear display of professional desperation. While Meghan's polo incident was unfolding, Jeremy Zimmer, the powerful CEO of United Talent Agency, UTA, one of the world's top 3 talent agencies, did something almost unprecedented in the polite and transactional world of representing A-list celebrities. Following the collapse of the $20 million Spotify deal in late 2023, Zimmer didn't just issue a standard Creative Differences press release. He went on the record with a brutal, career-altering assessment. Turns out Meghan Markle was not actually a great audio talent, or necessarily any kind of talent. And, you know, just because you're famous doesn't make you great at something. In an industry where silence is the standard and let's take a meeting is the default, Zimmer's public branding of the Duchess as untalented acted as a professional death warrant. It signaled to every major studio and streamer that the Sussexes were no longer prestige assets. They were liabilities. The conflict intensified when Meghan, in a desperate move to salvage her image, signed with WME, William Morris Endeavour, the blood rival of Zimmer's UTA. This wasn't just a change in representation. It was a declaration of war between Hollywood's most powerful titans, with Meghan positioned as the controversial prize in a game of ego and optics. As we move into March 2026, The reality of Zimmer's words is manifesting in cold, hard data. Hollywood and the British royal family, two institutions that rarely coordinate, have entered a silent consensus. The strategy is simple but devastating. Content starvation. For the last 5 years, the Sussexes' primary currency has been royal access. Their value to Netflix and Spotify was predicated on their ability to pull back the curtain on the House of Windsor. However, the iron wall established by Prince William has effectively cut off the supply line. Every royal event is now guarded with military precision. William's refusal to speak to Harry outside of legal channels has left the couple with nothing new to sell. Without fresh royal dirt, Meghan has been forced into the lifestyle space, a move that has led to the disastrous launch of her brand as ever. The financial impact of this talent vacuum became undeniable in early 2026. Reports from Bloomberg and the Wall Street Journal confirmed that the original $100 million megadeal signed in 2020 has been downgraded to a first-look agreement. In Hollywood terms, this is a polite way of saying, we will look at your ideas, but we aren't paying you a cent until we see a hit. The data justifies Netflix's retreat. Meghan's lifestyle series, With Love, Meghan, which was supposed to be the Martha Stewart of the new age, suffered a catastrophic launch. According to Variety, the show failed to break the top 300 inches its first season. By the first half of 2025, it was ranked 3,436th out of all shows on the platform. For Netflix CEO Ted Sarandos, once a staunch defender of the couple, the numbers were impossible to ignore. Sources in Los Angeles have noted that Sarandos has quietly unfollowed the brand's progress, a symbolic move that mirrors the wider industry's pivot. Perhaps most damaging of all are the reports of the ghost warehouses. While Meghan's PR team promoted As Ever as a bespoke, artisanal brand with mut yam, lovingly handmade in her Montecito garden, investigative research by Tom Bauer and industry insiders has revealed a starkly different reality. Instead of a farmhouse kitchen, the products were traced to industrial bottling plants in Ohio and Illinois. The contrast between the Duchess in the garden imagery and the industrial assembly lines became a viral symbol of what critics call the Sussex fakery. Currently, it is estimated that over $10 million worth of unsold inventory, from wickingless candles to runny strawberry jam, is sitting in a Netflix-contracted warehouse in Los Angeles. The streamer, which had taken an equity stake in the brand, is now reportedly looking for a way to liquidate the stock without further damaging their own reputation. Game over. The label fraudster first used by Spotify's Bill Simmons has become synonymous with Meghan Markle. Financial landscape prison, the $2.5 million deficit at Archewell, and the $2 million annual security costs are pushing Prince Harry toward a desperate and perhaps impossible reconciliation with King Charles. If the polo fields of Florida provided the stage for Meghan's social isolation, the sterile spreadsheets of the IRS provide the evidence for the Sussexes' impending fiscal winter. By March 2026, the myth of financial independence, the cornerstone of their 2020 exit, has collided with a brutal reality. The high-octane lifestyle of a global power couple is a machine that consumes capital faster than their dwindling brand can generate it. The release of the 2024 tax filings, Form 990 for the Archewell Foundation, recently rebranded as Archewell Philanthropies, sent shockwaves through the philanthropic world. The numbers paint a picture not of a thriving global charity, but of an organization running on the fumes of its initial hype. In 2021, the foundation was the darling of Silicon Valley, raking in over $13 million. By 2024, that figure plummeted to a mere $2.1 million. Most alarming? A staggering $2 million of that total came from a single anonymous donor, meaning public grassroots support has effectively evaporated. While revenue dried up, spending remained aggressive. Archewell reported $5. $1 million in expenses against its $2.1 million in donations, a $2.5 million net loss in a single year. The filings once again confirmed that Harry and Meghan dedicated an average of just 1 hour per week to the foundation's operations. In the eyes of major donors, Archewell has shifted from a serious nonprofit to what critics call a personal toy chest for the couple's PR interests. This financial instability has triggered what insiders describe as a purge at their Montecito headquarters. By late 2025, at least 5 high-level executives had departed, including their director of communications and head of operations. The Considérable DeVille, The most symbolic exit was James Holt, a longtime Harry loyalist who returned to Britain, signaling a total collapse of the dream team assembled to conquer Hollywood. For Prince Harry, the crisis is not merely professional, it is existential. Maintaining the lifestyle of a royal in exile in California comes with a price tag that would stagger even the most successful A-listers. Biographer Tom Bauer and financial analysts estimate the couple's annual burn rate at approximately $3 million to $4 million. This includes, following the loss of his UK taxpayer-funded protection, a legal battle Harry lost for the third time in May 2025, his private security costs have ballooned. To maintain 24/7 protection for Meghan and their children in the US, Harry is reportedly paying between $1.5 million and $2 million a year. Their $14.7 million Riven Rock estate carries a significant mortgage, property taxes, and a staff of nannies, housekeepers, and groundskeepers that costs an estimated $1 million annually. Years of litigation against the British Home Office and tabloid publishers have drained an estimated $1.5 million to $2 million from Harry's personal inheritance. By early 2026, the spare inheritance, the millions left to him by Princess Diana and the Queen Mother, is no longer a safety net. It is a dwindling resource. With the Spotify deal dead and the Netflix contract downgraded to a pay-for-results model, the couple is facing a liquidity crisis. This financial panopticon is the true driver behind Harry's recent, desperate attempts to bridge the gap with London. Insiders suggest Harry is in a state of functional panic. He is acutely aware that once Prince William becomes king, an event that feels increasingly imminent, the door to the royal coffers and the prestige of the Sussex title may be locked forever. His motive for reconciliation is no longer just emotional. It is a mechanical necessity. To keep the Montecito mansion, to keep the private jets, and to keep the security teams, he needs the royal brand revalidated. He needs to be more than just a celebrity. He needs to be a prince. The term grifters, famously coined by Spotify executive Bill Simmons, has become the defining label of this era. In Hollywood, where perception is reality, the Sussexes are increasingly seen as a one-trick pony that has run out of tricks. They sold the royal secrets in Spare and the Netflix documentary. But once the tea was spilled, the cup remained empty. Meghan's attempt to pivot to the domestic goddess space with As Ever was supposed to be the solution. But with $10 million in unsold jam and Nen, candles, sitting in warehouses, and CEO Ted Sarandos moving on to more profitable creators, the financial walls are closing in. As Harry looks toward the UK, he finds a Buktung Sat, iron wall, erected by his brother. William's strategy is clear. Let them run out of money. By refusing to engage, William is allowing the Sussexes' own lifestyle to become the instrument of their downfall. Without royal content to sell, the Sussexes have nothing left but their debts. While the financial spreadsheets in California bleed red, the atmosphere at Kensington Palace in London has turned to ice. By March 2026, the strategy employed by Prince William, the Prince of Wales, had shifted from reactive hurt to a sophisticated, institutional iron wall. This is no longer a family feud. It is a calculated containment of a perceived threat to the British monarchy. For years, Harry and Meghan's primary source of content, and thus their primary source of income, was their proximity to the royal family. Whether it was the Oprah interview, the Netflix docuseries, or the bombshell revelations in Spare, their brand relied on a constant feedback loop with the palace. William, guided by a new circle of ruthless strategic advisors, has implemented the grey rocking method on a global scale. By becoming as uninteresting and unresponsive as a grey rock, William has effectively starved the Sussexes of the royal oxygen they need to survive in the Hollywood ecosystem. Every attempt by Harry to reach his brother is met with a standard legal directive. Please contact the Prince of Wales's legal representatives at Harbottle and Lewis. There are no more private phone calls, no more WhatsApp messages, and certainly no more summits at Sandringham. Insiders close to the Prince of Wales reveal a deep-seated fear that any conversation, no matter how personal, will be transcribed, polished, and sold as a chapter in Meghan's rumored upcoming memoir. In William's eyes, Harry is no longer a brother. He is a recording device for a rival commercial enterprise. The most terrifying prospect for the Sussexes in early 2026 is the growing movement within the palace to formalize their exile. For years, the official line, was that stripping a royal of their titles required a complex act of parliament. However, the Prince Andrew precedent changed everything. When King Charles and William moved to strip Andrew of his HRH styling and military affiliations, they didn't wait for Parliament. They used letters patent, a royal decree that can be signed in an afternoon. Tom Bauer argues that William is currently minded to do exactly the same to Harry and Meghan. Under William's future reign, or perhaps even sooner, under a weakened King Charles, the plan is to issue a decree that restricts the use of the Duke and Duchess of Sussex titles for commercial gain. The original 2020 agreement specifically forbade monetizing the royal brand. With Meghan selling $1,700 a seat wellness retreats in Australia and attempting to sell royal-adjacent lifestyle goods, William believes the agreement has been shattered. For Harry and Meghan, losing the titles isn't just a blow to their egos. It is a financial death sentence. In Hollywood, Meghan Markle is a struggling producer. The Duchess of Sussex is a global brand. Without the title, their remaining value to Netflix or WME drops to zero. Perhaps the most damaging revelation to emerge in early 2026 is the allegation regarding clandestine content recorded inside the palace. Sources within the royal household have accused Meghan of premeditated betrayal, alleging she used a hidden camera or personal phone to capture private rooms and staff interactions inside Buckingham Palace and Kensington Palace. During her brief tenure as a working royal, this footage, reportedly intended for a Plan B documentary or a future memoir, is viewed by William as the ultimate betrayal. It paints the royal family as the victim of a long-term, calculated sting operation. This allegation has served to unify the senior royals, including Queen Camilla and Princess Anne, in their resolve to ensure the Sussexes never step foot in a royal residence again. As William's iron wall holds firm, the Sussexes are finding it increasingly difficult to secure invitations to the right rooms. In late 2025 and early 2026, they were conspicuously absent from major international events, including the Met Gala and the Oscars, where they were once the most anticipated guests. The Hollywood elite, ever sensitive to power shifts, have noticed that the royal connection is dead. When Jeremy Zimmer of UTA called Meghan untalented, he wasn't just expressing an opinion, he was reading the room. Without William's cooperation, the Sussexes are no longer royal, they are just famous for being famous, a category that has a very short shelf life in Los Angeles. In a desperate attempt to bypass William, the Sussexes embarked on DIY royal tours to Nigeria and Colombia. However, these trips backfired spectacularly. Without palace due diligence, they were seen traveling on private planes provided by individuals later linked to international money laundering charges. William has used these pseudo-royal errors to justify his stance to the UK government. The Sussexes are a reputational hazard to the British state. The endgame is clear. William is waiting for the clock to run out. He knows that without royal dirt to sell, and with the iron wall blocking new material, the Sussexes' financial burn rate will eventually force a total collapse. By March 2026, the once glittering $100 million Netflix deal, the golden ticket that was supposed to fund the Sussexes' billionaire lifestyle, had turned into a logistical and reputational albatross. The transition from global icons to struggling content creators is no longer a tabloid theory. It is etched into the inventory manifests of Los Angeles warehouses. When Meghan Markle launched her lifestyle series with Love, Meghan in early 2025, it was marketed as the crown jewel of the Sussex Netflix partnership. It was designed to be an aspirational aesthetic journey into her world of organic gardening, mindful cooking, and authentic living. However, the data released in the Netflix Transparency Report for the first half of 2025 revealed a catastrophic disconnect between the brand's hype and actual viewer interest. Out of the thousands of titles on the platform, Meghan's flagship show ranked a dismal 3,436th. Industry analysts noted that while the premiere episode saw a modest curiosity spike of 2 million viewers, the drop-off for episode 2 was over 70%. Audiences weren't buying the Duchess Next Door persona. As one Variety critic noted, the show felt less like a lifestyle guide and more like a high-budget audition for a role Meghan had already quit. The most visceral evidence of the brand's collapse lies in a sprawling industrial complex in San Bernardino, California. Investigative reports, corroborated by Tom Bauer's latest findings, describe a ghost warehouse filled with pallets of unsold-as-ever merchandise. Netflix, which had pivoted to an equity-sharing model to mitigate their risks, is now reportedly sitting on over $10 million in unsold inventory. This includes thousands of premium-priced lifestyle candles that were returned by early adopters due to manufacturing defects, most notably wicks that wouldn't light or were missing entirely. Vast quantities of the limited edition strawberry jam that failed to meet basic shelf stability standards, with customers describing the product as watery syrup rather than artisanal preserve. The heart of the Sussex fakery allegation lies in the origin of Meghan's signature product. The marketing campaign for As Ever featured soft focus imagery of Meghan in her Montecito garden, straw hat in hand, implying that the fruit was hand-picked from her own soil. However, the truth bombs dropped by Tom Bower in early 2026 revealed a far more cynical industrial reality. Through supply chain tracking, it was discovered that the jam was actually manufactured and bottled at an industrial plant in Ohio, using bulk-sourced strawberries from commercial farms in the Midwest. The jars themselves, marketed as bespoke, were traced to a mass-production glass factory in Illinois. The contrast between the artisanal Duchess image and the industrial assembly line became a viral sensation, leading to the fake jam meme that has haunted her PR efforts. This wasn't just a marketing embellishment. In the eyes of the public, it was a fundamental breach of the authenticity Meghan had built her post-royal brand upon. The commercial failure of the jam and the Netflix show has led to a toxic designation within the industry. Hollywood brands are no longer just disinterested. They are actively fearful of the Sussex Association. Jeremy Zimmer's untalented comment was the first domino. By March 2026, the sentiment had spread to major luxury houses. Dior, Cartier, and several high-end beauty brands, all of whom were rumored to be in talks with Meghan, have reportedly backed away. The reason? The data-proven lack of conversion. In the world of influencer marketing, a Duchess title is only valuable if it moves the product. If $10 million of goods are sitting in a warehouse, the title is commercially worthless. As one marketing executive told The Hollywood Reporter, Meghan is in a dangerous middle ground. She's too famous to be ignored, but too polarizing to be profitable. The symbolic end of the Megflix era came when Netflix CEO Ted Sarandos, once the couple's most powerful champion in Hollywood, quietly shifted the company's focus. By early 2026, Netflix's official social media accounts stopped promoting Sussex-related content entirely. The contract has been stripped back to a first-look deal that carries no guaranteed payout. The Sussexes are now in the same position as any other struggling production company. They must pitch, compete, and prove profitability. But with the Iron Wall in London preventing any new royal revelations, they are content-starved. As the ghost warehouse continues to drain Netflix's resources in storage fees, the industry is waiting for the inevitable announcement: the total dissolution of the partnership. The grifter narrative has moved from a podcast insult to a documented business reality. The Sussexes' strategy to maintain global relevance shifted from Hollywood soundstages to the international diplomatic arena. Deprived of official royal tours by the Iron Wall in London, Harry and Meghan attempted to curate their own DIY royal world tours. However, these self-styled diplomatic missions to Nigeria, Colombia, and most recently Australia have backfired, exposing a dangerous lack of institutional due diligence and a mounting desperation for revenue. The August 2024 trip to Colombia, orchestrated at the invitation of Vice President Francia Marquez, was intended to be a masterclass in soft power. Instead, it became the primary evidence for Tom Bower's claim of Meghan's pathological self-obsession. While Marquez, a woman who rose from impoverished mining roots and faced assassination attempts, hoped the Duchess would highlight the plight of Colombian children, the narrative was hijacked. In a widely criticized speech, Meghan pivoted from the struggles of local women to her own voice, specifically mentioning how proud she was of her daughter, Lilibet, finding her voice. Observers noted the jarring contrast between a vice president whose children had to be evacuated from the country due to death threats and a duchess discussing her Californian domestic bliss. International PR managers began briefing that the Sussexes were using foreign governments as a personal toy chest to generate B-roll footage for their Netflix projects rather than engaging in genuine diplomacy. The most recent disaster occurred in early 2026 during a pseudo-royal visit to Australia. Unlike their 2018 tour, which was a triumph of Commonwealth unity, the 2026 iteration was a commercial venture disguised as a wellness retreat. Reports surfaced that Meghan was the headline speaker at a high-end health farm in the Byron Bay area, with tickets retailing at $1,700, £1,300 per seat. The Australian public's reaction was swift and vitriolic. A petition garnering 32,000 signatures demanded that no public funds or police resources be allocated to the couple. The Sussex team's attempt to brief back, claiming the trip cost the Australian taxpayer nothing, did little to quell the grifter narrative. For the Australian people, the sight of a prince and his wife monetizing their titles for private gain on their soil was the final straw. It provided the ultimate justification for the Australian Republican movement to distance themselves from the Sussex brand while remaining respectful of the king. While Meghan fought the PR fires in Australia, Harry was embroiled in a more personal crisis: the security and visa panopticon. By March 2026, the legal battles regarding Harry's U.S. visa following his admissions of past drug use in Spare reached a critical juncture. The conservative think tank intensified its legal pressure on the U.S. Department of Homeland Security to release Harry's visa application. The argument was simple. Did he lie on his application, or was he given special royal treatment by the Biden administration? With his UK security lawsuit officially lost, and the U.S. courts refusing to grant him diplomatic protection, Harry's private security bill has hit an all-time high of $2 million per year. Insiders describe Harry as increasingly paranoid and trapped. He is paying for a private army to protect a family that is increasingly isolated from the very institution that made them worth protecting in the first place. The security crisis has become the primary wedge Harry is using to attempt a reconciliation with King Charles, arguing that his children, Archie and Lilibet, are at risk. Perhaps the most heartbreaking development for Harry's supporters was his official resignation from Centebail, the charity he co-founded in Lesotho. The fallout stemmed from the now infamous Polo Trophy incident. Sophie Chandauka, the CEO, who was physically maneuvered out of the way by Meghan at the 2024 Florida match, reportedly refused to sign a clarification statement demanded by Harry. The statement was intended to say that Meghan's intervention was planned and welcomed. When Chandauka stood her ground, Harry, under pressure from Meghan's production team, chose to sever ties with the organization. This move was seen by the international charitable community as the ultimate betrayal of Harry's own legacy. He chose a Netflix shot over a 20-year commitment to African orphans. The content hunger had finally consumed his most authentic work. The untalented label bestowed by Jeremy Zimmer in Hollywood has now echoed across the Commonwealth. From the bottling plants in Ohio to the health farms of Australia, the world is seeing the same pattern: high cost, low value. As the Sussexes return to Montecito from their failed Australian tour, they find themselves in a geographic cul-de-sac. They cannot go back to Britain without facing the Iron Wall, and they cannot move forward in Hollywood without the royal access that William has permanently revoked. They are content-starved and geographically homeless. As March 2026 draws to a close, the Sussex saga has reached its inevitable terminal velocity. What began as a fairy tale departure from the constraints of the British monarchy has devolved into a high-stakes struggle for financial and social survival. The endgame, as Tom Bauer calls it, is no longer a distant threat. It is a multi-front war involving legal decrees, media manipulation, and the cold indifference of the global elite. The most significant shift in the endgame is the quiet but firm preparation for the William Doctrine. For years, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex relied on the constitutional fudge, the idea that stripping royal titles required an arduous act of Parliament. However, the precedent set by the removal of Prince Andrew's HRH status proved that the sovereign's power is more flexible than previously admitted. Insiders at Kensington Palace suggest that Prince William has already consulted with constitutional experts to draft letters patent, a royal decree that would be triggered the moment he ascends the throne, or perhaps sooner, if the king's health continues to decline. The proposed decree would not necessarily strip the titles in a theatrical sense, but it would legally prohibit their use for commercial gain. This would mean any contract signed as the Duchess of Sussex, from jam jars to Netflix credits, would be a violation of British law, rendering the titles commercially dead. Most controversially, the William Doctrine is rumored to include a provision that would prevent the styling of prince and princess for Harry's children, Archie and Lilibet, unless they return to the UK and are raised within the institutional framework. This is William's way of ensuring there is no rival, hostile royal family operating out of California. As the Netflix First Look deal expires and the warehouses of unsold as-ever products remain full, Meghan Markle is reportedly preparing her ultimate counterattack, a tell-all memoir. While Harry's Spare was a grievance-filled look at his past, Meghan's book is expected to be a nuclear strike on the present. Sources suggest she will recount private conversations with the late Queen Elizabeth II, Prince William, and Catherine, the Princess of Wales, conversations that are, by nature, unverifiable. Tom Bower argues that Meghan's decision to document her time in the palace via hidden recordings and personal journals was a plan B established from day one. The memoir is her get-out-of-jail card, the only way to generate the $20 million to $30 million needed to maintain their Montecito lifestyle for another 5 years. However, there is a catch. In Hollywood, revenge content has a high initial payout but a low long-term value. Once she tells her truth, she has no more secrets to sell. As Jeremy Zimmer's UTA verdict suggested, if the talent isn't there, the secrets are just trashy gossip in the eyes of the A-list. The most profound realization for the Sussexes in 2026 is that they are no longer royal enough for Hollywood and no longer Hollywood enough for the royals. A silent consensus has formed between the world's two most powerful elite circles. By ignoring the couple, Grey rocking, the monarchy has made them irrelevant. Without a reaction from the palace, the Sussexes have no conflict to sell to streamers. Following the data-driven failure of the As Ever brand and the With Love Meghan show, Hollywood has realized the Sussexes don't have a fan base, they have spectators. People watch to see them fail, not to buy what they are selling. This consensus has left the couple in a content cul-de-sac. They are content-starved because William won't talk to them, and financially starved because Netflix won't pay them for anything other than royal gossip. As the pressure of the $5 million Archewell deficit and the $4 million annual burn rate mounts, the strain on the marriage has become a topic of intense speculation in Montecito. Hollywood PR experts have noted that Harry and Meghan are increasingly branding separately, attempting to return to his charity roots through Invictus and Centibale. Despite the recent setbacks, he is desperately seeking a way to return to the UK, driven by functional panic over his security and finances. Doubling down on the Hollywood starlet comeback, despite the visible deer-in-headlights reactions from peers like Jack Quaid, the endgame is not just about the loss of a title, it is about the loss of a purpose. The couple that left Britain claiming they were silenced has spent 5 years making as much noise as possible, only to find that in 2026, the world has simply changed the channel. Tom Bower's final assessment is stark. The price of the Sussexes' betrayal of the royal family is their own obsolescence. They traded a lifetime of institutional security for a 5-year burst of Californian fame. As the Iron Wall in London remains unbreached and the gates of Hollywood swing shut, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex find themselves exactly where they feared most, standing alone. The ghost warehouses of Los Angeles, filled with unsold jam and broken candles, are the monument to this era. A title, as it turns out, can buy a seat at the table, but only talent